Hello, good morning and welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nana Tifo Boateng, and as always, it is a pleasant duty to be here to serve you the best breakfast on television. Thank you for joining us. We're super grateful to you this morning. We'd like to thank God Almighty for the grace to be alive, to be counted among the living. We do not take it for granted at all, and we say thank you to God Almighty. Now, as we are all fighting this menace of Galamsey, the thought is that it's just a few people who are contributing to the destruction of the environment, the pollution of our river bodies, and of course, the desecration of our forest reserves. But have you thought about it that the rest of us, you and I, are part of a bigger problem? You and I are destroying the environment in our own ways. And I'll tell you why or how. Poor sanitation. Okay, while we are blaming the Galamseyers for destroying the forest and the river bodies, you and I are polluting the environment with our indiscipline, our poor attitude towards sanitation, indiscriminate waste disposal. And it beats my imagination that in this day and age, we want to continue living like this. Listen, if you look at the number of people that are dying out of sanitation-related diseases, you would wonder, what kind of people are we? It's dangerous, this attitude that we have, and we need to put a stop to it, okay? First, there's the need for self-discipline, a change in attitude, a change of mindset towards sanitation. You do not sweep your house, your office, your home, your kitchen, and come out and dump it in the drainage. For who to collect? You want rainwater to wash it away. Fine. Rainwater washes it to one point, it chokes, and then when it rains again, the floods come into your home. And you want to blame who? The government? Think about it. We are our own enemies when it comes to sanitation. And you see, it's not just solid waste that's the issue. Even how we discharge of liquid waste, our fecal matter. We don't have any proper plan. And it beats my imagination. I mean, it's mind-boggling that we want to sit as a people looking at how far we've come as a country, an independent country, a sovereign state, and its people don't have the presence of mind to be disciplined when it comes to the issues of sanitation. Cholera is killing us. Typhoid is killing us. And we sit aloof and continue business as usual. Every other day, we are disposing indiscriminately. There's a need for self-discipline. There's a need for technology. Listen, we're generating about 24,000 to 27,000 plastic waste every year. And just about 2% of that is recycled. Do you know how dangerous that is? In any case, someone has shown us the example that where you see waste, he sees money. Okay? Can we be innovative with our waste? Can we begin to recycle? You remember there was a bus stop at the Fiesta Royal Junction, Jowlu Junction, traffic light. It was made of plastic waste. A Ghanaian decided to go and destroy that thing. And tell me if we are okay if we continue to live like this. So, but people, we're seeing bits of rain. Yesterday, it rained heavily in my area. And we're going to have the challenges of flooding. We're going to have the challenges of sanitation-related diseases. So please, I mean, think about it, all right? Let's be disciplined with our waste disposal. Even if we can't go all out and do the waste segregation in our homes where you put plastic where plastic is supposed to be, recyclables, wherever. You can't do that. At least have the presence of mind to dispose of your waste properly. This is all we are asking So that when government is looking for a budget to fight galamseyers, it should not be thinking about 1 CD or 1% sanitation levy to fight sanitation. If we all contribute our quota, we should be able to ensure a clean and healthy environment for all of us. So this is what I leave you with. Peace, shalom. Now let me tell you about the Northern Business Fair. Let's take you all the way up north. We're going to the Tamale Sports Stadium on the 25th and 26th of October 2025, where we're having the Northern Business Fair. So if you're into crafts, textiles, if you are into fast consumables, okay, fast consuming goods, if you're into local production, you're a Ghanaian business, an indigenous one for that matter, please join us at the Northern Business Fair on the 25th and 26th of October 2025, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Call us and register now. 0205-973-973. 0205-973-973. Call us for registrations and book your slot or your spot to be able to exhibit at the Northern Business Fair. It promises to be an eye-opening event where we gather Ghanaian businesses and, of course, showcase Ghanaian ingenuity to the rest of the world. So if you're into food and packaging, if you're into manufacturing, you're into craft, textiles, fast-consuming goods, you have an innovation, a solution to a problem, a service that you're rendering, please call 0205-973-973 and register now and be part of the Northern Business Fair. The Northern Business Fair is brought to you by Channel 1 Television and 97.3 City FM, and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Side Hustle, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and the Ghana Enterprises Agency. We want to say thank you to our sponsors, EcoBank, Side Hustle, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and of course, the Ghana Enterprises Agency. Grateful to all of you for being part of the Northern Business Fair. So please, let's see you there on the 25th and the 26th of October, Saturday and Sunday. Join us there, and let's all showcase our wares, our goods, our services, our products, our innovations, our technology to the rest of the world. Now, you can jump onto the Google Play Store where you can download the Channel One News app. Okay, the Channel One News app presents you with up-to-date, current, factual, accurate news. That's what we are serving on the platform. And so download the Channel One News app from the Google Play Store, and you can have the news readily available as and when you want it. We're updating the stories by the second, by the minute, and we want to share that with you so you are also updated so that you are current. And so download the Channel One News app from the Google Play Store and be part of the news cycle. Now, we're still in the month of October, and it's Pink October. We're creating awareness on breast cancer. We're saying no to breast cancer deaths. We will not entertain any breast cancer deaths, and that's why we're engaging in this awareness creation. We ask that you join us, get to know your status, get yourself checked, and of course, have it in the back of your mind that early detection leads to prevention. So be aware, take action, and fight breast cancer. Now, the month of October is also Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and we're asking that you stay safe on the internet, stay safe in the cyber space. And so what we're doing is rolling out a series of engagements, interviews, if you like, expert analysis with industry persons with expertise, with knowledge in the cyberspace on how you can stay safe within that sector. And so stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television as we create awareness on cybersecurity. Too many cases of cyber threats, cyber crimes being recorded. And so we're rolling out this series, which we call A Safer You, just to ensure that you stay safe, you protect your passwords, protect your information, protect your details, and of course, you stay away from getting scammed. So stay with us here on Breakfast Daily as we engage in these interviews and bring you expert analysis expect conversations on some of the issues within the cybersecurity space. All right. Once again, we're grateful for your time. Let's get into the newspapers this morning. I'll start off with the Daily Graphic, quite bulky, and the major story on the front page says, GRA busts diesel diversion syndicate. GRA, that's the Ghana Revenue Authority, busts diesel diversion syndicate. You have Ghana secures 154 million euros agri support from Italy. Minister says it will transform agri-food systems. Ghana secures 154 million euros agri support from Italy. Minister says it will transform agri-food systems. Another $385 million IMF support coming. Ghana IMF reach staff level agreement. So last week, the IMF team was in town, and following engagements with government, a staff level agreement was reached, and we're being told that there's another $385 million IMF support coming. Good news there. All right. 15 perish in Volta Lake disaster. Quite unfortunate, heart-wrenching, if you ask me, that 15 lives will be lost on the Volta Lake. 15 perish in Volta Lake disaster. Now I'm going to take you to the back page where the big one is Kudu strike sends Ghana marching to 2026 FIFA World Cup. Kudu strike sends Ghana marching to 2026 FIFA World Cup. Yesterday, Ghana beat Comoros here in Accra by a lone goal scored by Mohamed Kudus. And clearly we're going to the FIFA World Cup, having secured top spot in Group I of the qualifiers. So great news there. We're going to, we're not sure where they will place us, whether in the USA, Canada, or Mexico. But I know where a lot of Ghanaians want to go. So, yeah. Congratulations to the Black Stars. We are excited, and we wish them well. But, Otto, I don't know. Are we taking him to the World Cup or not? Let us know your thoughts. All right. Ghana secures 154 million euros from Italy to transform agri-food systems. This is on the front page of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. Ghana secures 154 million euros from Italy to transform agri-food systems. That's according to the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku. On the IMF program, Ghana successful in fourth review, set to receive 2.825 billion US dollars. Ghana successful in fourth review, set to receive 2.825 billion US dollars. Government to complete abandoned Sunyani Library following the Ghanaian Times publication. Government to complete abandoned Sunyani Library following the Ghanaian Times publication. NPP holds balloting for 5 presidential aspirants ahead of 2026 primaries. NPP holds balloting for 5 presidential aspirants ahead of 2026 primaries. That balloting happened on Friday, so all 5 aspirants know their slot or their position on the ballot paper for the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries of the New Patriotic Party. Now, this story says, police bust human trafficking cyber fraud ring in Ashaiman. 7 Nigerians rescued. Police bust human trafficking and cyber fraud ring in Ashaiman. 7 Nigerians rescued. And then the back page has a number of sports stories dwelling mostly on the Ghana Premier League. So Nations FC hold Kotoko. Vision FC humble Gold Stars. And then you have late drama as Mediama edge Dreams FC. Hearts face Hearts of Lions today. Hearts face Hearts of Lions today. So Hearts of Oak will be playing against Hearts of Lions today. Right, so those are some stories from the Ghana Premier League on the back page of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. Let's get to the Chronicle. The Chronicle says, Eric Opoku tells global audience, smallholder farmers deserve praise. Secures 154 million euros to boost agric production. Eric Opoku tells global audience, So that's the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku, tells global audience smallholder farmers deserve praise, secures 154 million euros to boost agric production. KON to champion Africa's trade transformation at IMF Forum. KON, that's the Member of Parliament for Fuasi Ayirebi Kojo Opon Nkrumah, to champion Africa's trade transformation at IMF Forum. Sorry, Musa Dankwa, the Chronicle did not publish fake news. Well, I don't know if this is a rejoinder or a clarification or a reinstatement, if you like. Sorry, Musa Dankwa, the Chronicle did not publish fake news. Well, that's the Chronicle newspaper. Our scripture for today is from Psalm 150, verse 6. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Psalm 150, verse 6. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Amen and amen. Daily Guide is here. Bawumia sure of victory. Bawumia sure of victory. Akosua Sewa divorced Daddy Lumba traditionally. That's according to the Fosu family. This matter, I don't know if this is the kind of legacy. Anyway, you let me leave it there. I don't want to. Let me leave it there. We'll find time to discuss this issue. Two caged over robbery and murder. Two caged over robbery and murder. Sawa Amihie among 824 new lawyers. Sawa Amihie among 824 new lawyers. Dr. Opoku explains KGL NLA deal. That's Dr. Razak Opoku. So that's on the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. Next, we have the News Center. News Center says, America deports 312 Ghanaians. Additional 2,470 are in ICE detention. 478 arrested this year. Oi. If you have family living in the USA, you better be praying for them. America deports 312 Ghanaians. Additional 2,470 are in ICE detention. 478 arrested this year. Gabi denies attacking Ashanti NPP MPs. Gabi denies attacking Ashanti NPP MPs. Kulendi removal. Lawyer files RTI request to presidency. Kulendi removal. Lawyer files RTI request to presidency. Moody's upgrades Ghana's credit rating to CAA1. Moody's upgrades Ghana's credit rating to CAA1. Unlock cross-border mobile money. Momo chief urges BOG to speed up payment framework rollout. So that's the front page of the News Center newspaper. I'll take you to the Herald. The Herald is next. It says, excessive spending and cash shortages killing Parliament. Excessive spending and cash shortages killing Parliament. Comes with pictures of the Speaker, Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagben, the Majority Leader, Mahama Yariga, and the Minority Leader, Osahene Alexander Apenyo-Markin. Other stories say, Ghanaian peacekeepers in Sudan, Lebanon to return home as UN reduces forces. Ghanaian peacekeepers in Sudan and Lebanon to return home as UN reduces forces. Moody's boost Ghana's rating, signal stable economic outlook. And your fourth estate misled public on lottery industry with falsehood and poor research. That's according to Dr. Razak Opoku. And then there's an advertisement on the front page that says graphic designers wanted. We're inviting applications from talented and creative graphic designers interested in joining a dynamic and fast-paced newspaper team. Interested candidates are asked to send their CV along with a portfolio of previous work to larrydogbe@yahoo.com and WhatsApp number 055-444-0944, no later than 31st October 2025. So grab a copy of the Herald newspaper. There's an advertisement there, an opportunity for graphic designers. Grab a copy and get the details thereof. The Custodian newspaper says, Bawumia picks Destiny number 3 on NPP flag bearer ballot. Bawumia picks Destiny number 3 on NPP flag bearer ballot. Lawyer demands update on Kulendi's removal. Upon Nkrumah speaks on Africa's trade in Washington tomorrow. Sky Courier commercial flight arrives at Ho Airport with passengers. And Razak Kojo Opoku writes how the driver KGL became very important to the car owner NLA. So that's the custodian. Now I'll take you to the Ghanaian publisher. Ghanaian publisher says US deportee deal, minority demands probe. US deportee deal, minority demands probe. Police land guards defy court at Regimano. No deals with illegal miners. That's according to the Gold Board. NLA KGL deal, how the driver became indispensable. Dr. Opoku writes. Lawyer demands status of Kulendi petition. So that's the front page of the Ghanaian publisher. The Inquisitor is here. Dealing with dirty deals. GRA foils illegal fuel diversion. Dealing with dirty deals. GRA foils illegal fuel diversion. NPA boss wants speedy implementation of 24-hour economy in petroleum downstream. Dr. Kojo Opoku writes how KGL became important to NLA. Land cartel allegedly defies court. My son is not into illegal mining. That's the Ebuakwa South NDC chairman debunking the said allegation on the front page of the Inquisitor. Now, finally, I'll do the Informer. Informer says criminal gangs will frustrate Galamsey fight. That's according to Professor Emmanuel Kwesienin. He's a security analyst. Vice presidential ambition. Natoshi begs former MMDCEs. Vice presidential ambition. Natoshi begs former MMDCEs. NDC man blames oral prosecution delays on due process. That's our man, Elikem Kotoko. Hopefully he's here this morning to speak to it. Government warned of dire consequences over non-payment of teachers and health workers. Government warned of dire consequences over non-payment of teachers and health workers. Well, the health minister is scheduled to speak to the press this morning on the status of these delayed salaries of health workers especially. So we'll see how that goes. We'll bring you details in our subsequent programming right here on Channel One Television. All right, now let's get online. Channel One News Online. Our problems will multiply if salaries delay. Unpaid nurses plead with government. Our problems will multiply if salaries delay. Unpaid nurses plead with government. Boat disaster on Volta Lake claims 15 lives, 11 of them children. Quite sad, quite unfortunate. Over 2,000 mining licenses under review. Prosecutions loom. That's according to Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister James Gyakye Quayson. Now, Health Minister intervenes after nurses query over alleged insults. And then you have nurse faces disciplinary action over viral video attacking Health Minister. 2 arrested over alleged plot to kill Achem Kwabin chief and Queen Martha. Akosua Sewa has no authority over Lumba's funeral or estate. That's according to lawyers for the Fusi family. Secondary market collapse. Injured trader alive, receiving treatment. That's according to the STMA mayor. GMET issues alert for heavy rainstorm and possible flooding. President Mahama attends global leaders meeting on women in Beijing. School placement, pick what's available. GES advises parents. U.S. deportee deal not conditioned for visa restrictions reversal. And then you have crackdown on political financiers behind Galamsey. Kumado urges government. Now let me take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com says, forest reserves, water bodies to be off limits under new anti-Galamsey law. That's according to the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. Greedy, dotard leaders to blame for Galamsey crisis. UTAC KNUST President speaking there. Government spending falls 14% below target. That's according to a BOG report. Over 28,000 Ghanaians die yearly from air pollution. That's according to the AMA. Keep your campaign promise. Ease port charges. Ghanaians in Belgium tell Mahama. 15 dead, including 11 children, in Volta Lake boat disaster. Black Stars qualify for 2026 World Cup after narrow win over Comoros. That's some good news there. Stop the drugs and save your future. Ejirahene to youth. Stop the drugs and save your future. Ejirahene to youth. Ghana holds third highest policy rate in Africa despite series of rate cuts. Akando intervenes, seeks mercy for nurse accused of insulting him. And you have 2 arrested over alleged plot to assassinate Achem Kwabeng chief. So you get details of all these stories and more online. Go to citynewsroom.com as well as channel1newsonline.com. And you get these stories and more. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the news review segment.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm
the second coming.
Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or being late,
of course.
Star 712 hush, star 712 hush. Yeah, you go feel the luckiest. Copy from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go feel be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up boom. If you put it to you, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This October, Northern Ghana takes center stage. Get ready for the Northern Business Fair 2025, the ultimate one-stop shop for everything made in Ghana in the Savannah, Northern, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions. From hand-woven smokes and intricate crafts to modern manufacturing, innovative packaging of made-in-Ghana products, and thriving homegrown businesses, it's a vibrant celebration of talent, innovation, and authenticity. Brought to you by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM, it's the biggest trade fair showcasing Kenyan SMEs, startups, research bodies, and indigenous brands making waves across the nation. It's happening on Saturday the 25th and Sunday the 26th of October 2025 at the Tamale Sports Stadium. The time is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Want to exhibit? Call 0205-973-973 today and book your space. Don't just hear about it, see it, experience it, and live it. The Northern Business Fair, your market, your connections, your growth. The Northern Business Fair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Side Hustle, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, and the Ghana Export Promotion Authority.
Nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the
Absolutely.
platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
Hello there. Thank you for staying with us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One Television. Time now for the news review segment. We get into a conversation on some of the topical issues, and my able guest will help me bring perspectives, different perspectives to these issues. But the show is very interactive, so we want to hear from you. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and your contributions via our social media platforms. We're live on YouTube. We're on Facebook as well. We're very active on X. Very engaging on IG, that's Instagram, and you can enjoy some video content from Channel One TV on TikTok as well. Send your comments and your contributions via the WhatsApp number on your screens. Let us know what you think, and we'll do our best to read them out to the rest of the viewing public. I have three gentlemen in the studio this morning. We're going to go straight into the conversations. Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa is here, member of the New Patriotic Party, member of the Kennedy Ohene Ejapon team. He is connected. They picked number one on the MPP's ballot. We'll get into a conversation on that later on the show. Elvis Darko is here. He is the editor of the News Center newspaper, as well as newscenter.com. Go check out that website and, of course, patronize the newspaper. Then we have the Deputy CEO of the Forestry Commission, Comrade Elikem Kotoko, is also here. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
It's good to have you. I hope the weekend was good.
This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it.
And we are rejoicing because we picked number one.
Well, we are rejoicing because God has been good to us.
Amen.
It's a new week.
Amen.
And of course, yes, very special greetings from Kennedy Ejapon, the next flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, and the next president of the Republic of Ghana. Of course, we did pick number one, and we are very certain that Primus Inter Pares, he is going to be the leader of the party. We are encouraged and continually engaging with the delegates and reminding them that it's in the interest of Ghana that we bring Kennedy Ejapon as the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Very well. We'll get into MPP matters later on, but let's begin with this matter of military recruitment. Two NDC MPs are calling for age requirement extension. So you have the Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram and Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel Nate George. And then you have the whip on the majority side. Mr. Dafia Mekpo, the Honorable Dafia Mekpo, asking that there is an increase in the age limit for recruitment into the Ghana Army. Doc, I'll start with you. You are a security person. You have a security background. When you heard this news, in fact, let's begin with our current system. What you make of it, and if it is feasible to increase the age limit for recruitment into the military.
Nana, I have told you how troubling I have been since the demise of the Honorable Omani Boama, and how I have consistently asked why the President, John Dramani Mahama, has not officially appointed a full substantive minister for defense for the Ghana Armed Forces and for the entire military.
You think the acting minister has too much on his plate?
not only has he got too much on his plate, but what has the Minister for Communications, what has the Dafia Meto, what do they have to do with the entire military and security architecture when there's a Minister for Interior? And so, number one, we don't have any problem whatsoever with our current system. I am a middle-aged person. Like every time people remind us, it won't be too long, we'll be reaching 60 years old. A few more years, we'll be there. The reason why you have people aged either under 20 or under 25 going through military training and recruitment is because they have very minimal health risk. They have very minimal exposure to other external influences. They are very healthy. They have either not been addicted to other social vices, either drinking, smoking, or any of those. And if you pick people who are above 30, the risks are high. They either have issues with low blood pressure, high blood pressure, they have some addictions issues, they've interacted too much with society, and on and on and on and on. And the argument is extremely flawed. Extremely flawed because the reason why we have such a robust Ghana Armed Forces, the reason why we've been able to keep the borders of this country very safe, the reason why we have been able to kick against continually the threats of terrorism, the reason why we have not had our democracy toppled by a military regime, especially in this Fourth Republic, is because we have a military setup that is credible, that is integral. The reason why we are continually able to send our military on peacekeeping to Lebanon, to other countries, to secure the citizens of those countries are because we have a healthy, robust, integral military system. With the proposals that are coming, it appears as though we want to have people who are either politically aligned, and I don't want to make this a political issue because with all of my understanding and all of my studies in military recruitment and security recruitment, in the war school around the world, you are always stated that it's important that you have a microcosm of people from every background in security services, so that in event that there are chaoses of particular ethnic groups, you will be able to send people who are not particularly from that particular ethnic group into those environments to be able to ensure that there's peace and then there's calm. But clearly, somebody at Jubilee House is not doing his work well. This morning, I chanced upon the Public Account Committee conversation when Minister Muntaka was there. And he made a comment that scared me. But let me immediately commend him because he's been a patriotic minister. He said that he received a CV from the Jubilee House asking for a particular individual to be promoted as the Comptroller General of the Ghana Immigration Service. He immediately drove to the Jubilee House. And in fact, he said he called the Comptroller and asked, what does this mean? And he explained to him that this gentleman has 5 more levels to climb before he can even become a Comptroller General. And also he was recruited as a driver. And because he is a member of the NDC, he feels that he has the right to become a Comptroller General. With the greatest of respect, I commend Minister Muntaka, but it clearly tells you the mess we find ourselves in. Somebody at Jubilee House is not doing his work well. I don't know who. But if today, President John Dramani Mahama can be in Beijing, attending a global leaders conference for women, and I have questioned why Ghana has the first female vice president. Why the female vice president is not leading such a delegation?
But she's in Belgium.
Oh, my brother. Look,
is securely occupied.
Look, let's be real. You know, I look at the entire international space. I've looked at the delegation that have come from other countries, and they have high female representation, especially even at the top level. And I'm not saying that it is bad for Mahama to attend the conference, but you see, we need to position ourselves very well. Okay? Now, of course, she's in Belgium. Compare the conversations that have come from the ages of the Beijing conference when it was all about women empowerment. This is the time when Ghana, over all the years of our lives as a country, we have the first female vice president. Can you imagine what it would have been for us if she had led that government delegation? You just think about it. But that's not an issue I want to talk about. But it's a concern. Right. But clearly, we don't find ourselves in a very good place. It clearly tells you that Minister Tuforsin, as the designated minister overseeing Ministry of Defense, is a wrong decision. Which is why Sam George, Minister for Comms, and Dafia Mekpo are proposing that we have the age limit upper echelon. Do you know, if you are a skilled person, either a medical doctor, either a lawyer, either an auditor or an accountant, either a professional person, then the age limit is increased. But look, we have a very robust military, and I've looked at the data of other countries that he's put together, even to the extent that he stated that other countries have an age limit of 65. I mean, let's be real with ourselves. We are a beacon of hope, a beacon of peace, because of how robust we've been able to keep our sovereignty. But look, I will drum home again. The president, who is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, it is too late in the day that he has not appointed a substantive minister for defense, sent the person to the appointment committee of parliament, for parliament to vet the person, for us to know that we have Minister A as our substantive minister for defense. But clearly, it tells you that the center cannot hold.
Very well.
And I am extremely troubled. I would always just wish Minister Muntaka the best, because you can clearly see that he's doing what is patriotically responsible for him to do.
Right.
And so the president must help him and give him a counterpart. And why didn't he even make Muntaka as the one to acting defense minister? But then you have brought in someone who has to be managing the economy and making sure that our city does not depreciate. I think that somebody is not doing his work well in Jubilee House.
Very well. Comrade, let me come to you on this. Some say that this proposal would have been fine until Mr. Dafia Mekpo sought to bring some partisanship to the matter. And I'll read his tweets. It says, this is from his X handle. I have had many calls from our party foot soldiers regarding the army recruitment and maximum age for prospective applicants. They aren't happy. So I decided to look at some countries and their set standards in this matter. Some feel that it would have been a sane argument until this tweet by Dafia Mekpo, which suggests some politicization in the matter, more like job for party foot soldiers.
Thank you, my brother. Good morning, and may I congratulate the senior national team, the Black Stars, for their stellar performance yesterday. For the first time I have been to the stadium to watch the Black Stars.
Oh, you were
play
there?
For the first time in my
Good
life.
stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
And the second time in my life watching a football match. I do not see what is wrong with Honorable Dafia Mekpo's statement. One, this is a member of parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress, who always, ordinarily, will make some submissions, public, private, wherever, based on feedback he has gotten from his people. And it does not rule out that these people are also known Ghanaians.
Indeed.
The fact that he has got this concern from his party folks does not mean that when eventually the proposal is agreed, those who will be recruited will only be the NDC. In fact, it is not only those from South Dai, where he comes from.
True.
So I do not see what is wrong with this. In fact, let me put on record, and if I am challenged further, the NPP will not like this. Palgrave, during the 8 years tenure of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he willingly and recklessly ruled over leadership of various agencies where people were promoted without any qualifications. People even got jobs without a single certificate. Many brought fake certificates to institutions. Some are being investigated as I speak with you. At the right time, all these things will come out. There were people who had even 10 steps ahead of them. They were just handpicked and promoted, pushed in every place of work today as we speak. So when you say this on national TV, the very people who are watching are so discerning that you should not have the moral fiber to even talk about this.
to talk about President Mahama being at a women conference. The vice president is on another equally important mission. And we all know that the president has that compassion for female advocacy. Unlike when President Nana Addo was in Canada, you remember the he for she statement he made me embarrassingly when that young lady embarrassed him. And he lied on national television that he had recruited 5,000 volunteers for the He for She program in Ghana, which was a blatant falsehood by a sitting president on international TV. Please do not go there. President Mahama is not under any pressure to even appoint a substantive minister as we speak. You can speak as a security expert that based on A, B, C, D, you think that maybe the finance minister is too constrained, and that is agreed. But you see, leadership is what President Mahama is showing. There's a substantive deputy minister of that sector, I hope you are aware, who can play a lot of role and be reporting to the caretaker minister, my own comrade Broja Jemfi. President Mahama for the longest time has even functioned with 56 ministers. In fact, in the success of the 7 months that he was in office or so, he was operating with 56 ministers. And if now he's doing with 58 ministers, it is only to tell you that at a time when you were appointing 125 neonites who could not even handle this economy, it was just an avenue to dissipate the public purse. Now, you see, the concern about this age limit thing, many are rushing into the argument. When you are recruited at the age of 25 or recruited at 30, at what age do you even retire? That should be the concern. Because if the age, I do not know the exact age, I think it's 25, and it also depends the category.
Right.
I mean, if we are talking about general soldiers recruitment, that is different. Now, I think they refer to it as commissioned officers and non-commissioned officers also. Now, if I am being recruited at 25, and they said we should now increase the age to maybe 35. At 35, are people not 35 and still in the military and still strong and firm?
But then they started from somewhere.
They started from somewhere, but you'll be given training. As we speak, National Service is having some collaboration with the military so that young men and women will do so. Many will finish school at the age of 40, 45, 30, 35. If they find themselves to even be in that category, what happens? You see, so I don't see anything wrong, sincerely. I have been in the cadet when I was in school, in the naval cadets when I was in secondary school. And age, there are some people you find to be 25, but somebody at 35 is even more stronger and firmer than you. It doesn't rule out the fact that when you are taken at 25 and I'm taken at 35, the only thing is that you who is taken at 35 have a shorter period to serve compared to that who has been taken at 25.
There are arguments about the rigidity of the training and how age is important in this matter.
Let's face facts. The true military, as we all know, even at 35, at 40, are still having that rigid training.
Because they started young.
No, you see, you can't take out the fact that, what are we trying to talk about? Unless we think that to be in the military, one only needs to be youth and young, or to be maybe 18, 19 to 25. That is when you are so agile and all of that. But we all know that even at 30, at 35, you are. This is not in any way to even be supporting the argument. Whatever the decision is, I am all for it. It is Ghanaians we are talking about. And there are a lot of references to be made to other countries, which that is the case. And it is a matter for the country to actually decide, or for the stakeholders who matter and take these decisions to look at. And so it is good these things are coming up. It is only when discussions like this come up, then we can be able to further elaborate to ascertain whether we should go that way or we should go maintain this way. Right. So I think, well, it is a call in the right direction. And maybe for decades, nobody has questioned even why we have had that age limit. Why this is so, why that is so. But now that there are some concerns being raised, we may need to have a look at it. Because I think, is it Switzerland or one of the countries, I'm told, doesn't have an army. They said they don't feel that they are at, anybody is coming to, they have any enemy.
They have no threats.
Yeah, you get it. So it is based on current trends and all of that. A time will come, when it was time for, when the World War, when there was the World War, were they looking at this strict age limit? Almost everybody and anybody
was pushed in.
What is happening in Ukraine and Russia? The people they are recruiting into the military to go and fight, are they all? Do they all have to be 25? So circumstances will determine what exactly could be the case. Some time back, retirement age was it 55 or so in some countries? It's 60 in some countries. It's 65. It's based on a lot of factors that will be looked at. So I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong. I don't even see it to be a political comment.
So there's a conversation that needs to be had.
That needs to be had. It's just that people think that because the farmer, for instance, referenced what his constituents told him, he's representing the people. And when he says his constituents, he's not only referring to the NDC people, the MPP people there. The MPP didn't get 0 in his constituency during the votes. So I think it's just a call in the right direction. And cannot be politicized at all.
To be fair, that there's room for enlistment of professionals who are above that age, say medical doctors.
I think that's the one they call the commissioned officers also, and they are above. They take the 30s and 35 and all of that. So you see, it is even a blanket statement, but everybody knows that it is referring to the non-commissioned officers, or what many will refer to as the soldiers, who are supposed to be battle ready and trained rigorously for battle. Yes.
Well, Elvis, the Interior Minister in July, when he took a stand at the Government Accountability Series, told us that hundreds of recruits had been, if you like, removed because they didn't meet the requirement. There was an audit into the recruitment process, and he says that they examined academic qualifications, age limits, and medical fitness. Let's tie it into this proposal by the 2 MPs for the expansion, or if you like, the extension of the age limit. Is it a call? Do you support this call, or are you against it?
The call is coming from the wrong quarters, so I can't support it when it comes from the wrong quarters. We have an armed force that has been in existence for how many years since independence, right? If the armed forces or the security agencies sit down, review their work, and thoroughly come up with a research paper and says they think that for the recruits, an age limit that exists can be reviewed upwards. That is a professional work coming from the technocrats and people who understand why there has to be an age limit for recruits and why the age limit has been placed there and why they think there has to be a change for now. But so long as it's not coming from the technocrats, the professionals, who understand what the institution is about and what is required, but it's coming from politicians, there's no way I will back that. And as my own MP has said, he's making the call because his constituents says they want to join the army, but the age limit is disqualifying them. I don't think that should be the basis for anybody to call for a review. If not, somebody will be at 70 years and say, I also want to join the army. That has been my long-held dream. And therefore, the age limit should be reviewed to 70, that so he or she can join the army. Because in education, somebody can be 70 years and go to the university and say, I all my life, I wanted to have a PhD. And I think this is the right time to do it. But in the military, in the security services, there is reason for everything that they do. They have reason for everything. So the age limit has cogent reasons. And therefore, if the people who are running the system do not see the need to change it, politicians suggesting change simply because their supporters want jobs. The jobs are not there. But the security services seems to be ready for recruitment, and therefore they want to use that avenue. It should never be the reason why anybody should review anything. So for me, we should just throw it out because it lacks any merit. It lacks any merit. We have a Ministry of Interior. We have a Ministry for Defense. Okay? The Ministry of Interior is in charge of immigration, national service, the police, and then the defense is in charge of the Ghana Armed Forces. If the heads of these institutions sit down and write a proposal, there are certain ministers and says, we've done A, B, C, D. We think that for reasons A, B, C, D, the existing age limit can be reviewed up, and they provide their reasons. I believe that it will be an easier thing to do because then it's coming from the professionals who are in charge. But where a politician thinks that my people need jobs, there's no job in Ghana. We also promise jobs. That's why they voted for us to come to power. And therefore, we must look at calling for a review of the entry requirement for recruits into the military so that we can get jobs for our people. I don't think it's the reason why anybody should even consider that proposal. So we should be clear. We are building a country. So we should do what is in the interest of the country. We shouldn't do what is the interest of a few people because they want jobs. We must understand that. So as I said, every country have different age limits for military. Me, myself, sometimes I ask myself, I see Ghanaians who travel abroad, and by the recruit age in Ghana, you know that they are more than that. But then they go abroad and they get recruited into various armies around the world. And I ask myself, how come that if they were in Ghana, they wouldn't have been recruited, but they go to other countries and then they get recruited? In the US, for example, they call something reserves. You are recruited and you are not even in any camp, or you are in your home. They say when there is a need, an emergency, they will call you. So they train you as they recruit you, train you, give you all the training. Anytime they need you for training, they will call you and give you additional training. But you are not actually serving. They call them reserves. But when the American government needs you, if there's any emergency, then they can call upon you. And once you are home as a recruit, do your own thing, you are getting paid, though. You are getting paid. But they believe that in their mind, there may be a time that the needs for army may exceed the official and normal army that they see. And they may need the support of citizens. But if the person is not trained and have a certain skills, the person cannot help. So in the US Army, they tell they are reserves. And Resford, he was approached, and they have contractors who actually go around recruiting people. You don't have to. You will be there, and somebody will be there. Oh, are you interested in going to the army? If you go to the US, and even you don't have a document, your visa has expired. If you agree to join the army, they will give you all the documents so long as you join. And I know some guys that I went to US and they are all in the Navy and the army, right? Simply because they decided to join. So every country looks at their needs and then they act upon it. So for me, we should let it rest. If the security heads, institutions, based on empirical evidence, come up and say, we think that it's about time we do some review. These are the exigencies of the time. And we think that if we do a review to this level, it will help. That I'll buy. But this idea of people who are calling from constituencies, it's normal. And see, we should understand that MPs sometimes are under pressure to make those statements because if you don't say it, it means that you have not voiced out their concerns. So they will come up and make the statement because they want their constituents to know that what you've told me, I've also told the government, I've told the people of Ghana that this is what people are saying. Then it doesn't look like he didn't act on their concerns. Because if you do that, you are likely to lose your vote. Because if your people say, this is what we want, and they did not hear anything from you, there's trouble. That's why bank benches in parliament always suffer. Because they say, but we don't hear you in parliament talking about our needs. We're always sitting there. We see some few other MPs always advocating for their people. We will vote you out. You understand it? And it's true. They are our representatives. They are representing us. So if we have concerns, it's their business to put it in the public. So they've done their job by putting out that this is what our constituents are asking for. I think it is left for the Interior Ministry, the Defense Ministry, security heads in charge of these institutions to look into it and ask themselves, is it time for Ghana to review the recruitment age for recruits? If it is time, if there are valid reasons, we can go with it. But if there are no valid reasons, we think that, oh, this is purely a political thing and that the people think they voted for their MP and therefore they are looking for a jobs. Their MP knows that there's no job. And the only way the MP feels that there can be some job is if the age limit is raised. He can get some few people from the constituency and push them to these services for which reason is making the call. So the MP has done his job. But we shouldn't take it serious until the people in charge of security services come up with empirical evidence to say that if we review the age at this point, it's good. We say we are expanding our army and the rest. I've spoken to some people say, look, it's like almost all peacekeeping operations are coming to an end around the world. So now a lot of Ghanaian soldiers who regularly go on peacekeeping, Now there's no opportunity to go to peacekeeping.
The UN is reducing forces in Sudan and Lebanon.
Several, in fact, as for Lebanon, I think they're actually closing. And so many other places where we have a lot of our people go regularly. Now there seems to be some peace in some of those regions. So even if you recruit more, the question is the UN peacekeeping, which is one of the avenues that we are using to get these people. It's like we are no longer having a lot of opportunities there. So we should be mindful making these calls because see, all these people we want to be recruited, if the age limit is even lifted today, it brings a burden to the public purse.
True.
And the public purse, we know the situation. And therefore, we don't need to say that because people want it, we want to increase the public purse. It will come and hurt all of us because the money that will be there to do roads in the same person's constituency or provide water for that constituency or something may now have to be used to pay salaries because we have increased the numbers.
And already the public wage bill
is already struggling.
Very well. Very well, obvious. Prince from Elembele says, height shouldn't determine one's ability to serve and protect. Let's focus on skills, training, and dedication rather than physical attributes. Even kids kill in schools in America. And he says, good morning to you, Elvis. If there's no ulterior motive, why should we consider raising the recruitment age for the army to 35? Is it because we don't receive enough applications at the current age? What's striking about this proposal is that it didn't come from the military professionals, but rather from an MP's constituents. It's time for us to take a serious approach to governance in this country. Amino from Nsawam. Good morning to you guys. The NPP man is not in Ghana at the moment. They will continue to stay in opposition for a very long time. We are calling for the age limit to be 30 and not 25. Ken from Paga. Well, Ken, your MPs are saying that they want it raised to 35. Good morning. The problem is that by the time you are even done with university, you are above 24 years. And I can say with all authority that a lot of the officers have been recruited, who have been recruited are above 25 years. Please tell Mr. Elvis Darko that in the army recruitment process, nothing has been done fairly. I have a lot of officers' friends who got recruited as officers when they were 32 years. UK, USA, and other developed countries we borrow from do not even do this.
The person understand that recruitment for the officer has a different age limit.
True.
Recruits have different age limits. Professionals like nurses and doctors, they have different age limits. So it is not one age for all. So if you see somebody complete university and becomes an officer, it's not a recruit. The person is not as a recruit. So the age limit is different. If you see a nurse or somebody completing medical school is 30 years and works at 37 and is a soldier, it's not the same as recruit. So people should know that the age limits for different categories differ. True. I also used to have the argument about the height. But when you talk to the officer, they say they are not saying intelligence doesn't matter. After recruitment, they look for the people who have the capacity to do it. That's why they have military intelligence. People don't know that the military actually didn't have a unit purposely for intelligence because they don't talk much about it.
True.
So nobody says that in the army it's all about buga buga. There's a whole unit for intelligence. So if you're academically brilliant and they feel that you can be useful, they will recruit you because they have seen a certain trait that is going to help. So I think that maybe the military doesn't talk much, so they don't explain a lot of these things to the public. So most people are under the guise that there's only one age limit. And truth is that because the officers are not many, most of us have only recruits in our family. So we are only knowledgeable about one age of recruitment. We don't even know that there are different ages for recruitment in the army. So maybe it's time for the Ghana Armed Forces to actually come out and do also a lot of education about why height matters, why age matters. I think this offers that opportunity for them to do that education.
Right. It's interesting that this conversation is coming at a time that the army is actually rolling out its recruitment. The conversation could have ended here, but Roxanne Nelson Dafiamepo says he's actually going to seek legal redress on this matter.
We are in trouble in this country.
Are we?
Yes, we are in trouble. You see, something is not right for me that we want to politicize this issue. Because I'm looking at the interest of Ghana beyond politics. I grew up in the barracks. I lived at Juba Villas number 48.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I am very familiar with the barracks work. Either from other rank, from how you start as a no rank and then you come to lance corporal, sergeant, all of those before you get to warrant officer. Then you come to the officer. First lieutenant, second lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, brigadier general, general, major general, and lieutenant general, and all of that. Look, of course, you can have someone who is 65 years old who is a general, but it's because the person started young. I have people, friends, who immediately after finishing presec or finishing high school went straight into the military, either for officer training or recruit training. Today, they are in their 40s and they are colonels or lieutenant colonels. Every promotion that happens in the Ghana Armed Forces is through training and examination, and it's on merit basis. Now, there is nobody in this country who either finishes university at 45 and can be allowed to join the security services. There is nobody in this country who is above 40 years old that is mandated to do national service. In fact, the law says that above 40 years old, you can request for national service to give you a certificate. Yes, because you're exempted. You understand? So I am deeply troubled that President John Dramani Mahama is wanting to fulfill a particular campaign promise that he gave.
Which is what?
Which is the fact that when he was campaigning to become president of the Republic of Ghana, he said, and the evidence is there, that when he wins, he will recruit children of his political party to come into the security service.
He said it's when?
Oh, I have the data here. I can send it to your producer for them to play it for you to see. I have it here. I can increase the volume. I think he said it here. It's here. Tamale Stadium. It's here. The evidence is here. You understand? Tamale, he said this. So you see, you know, Nana, as for me, first, my responsibility is to be a Ghanaian. Before I have a responsibility for my political party. When it comes to matters of security, we cannot politicize it. That is why this morning I recognize the good work of Minister Muntaka.
Right.
That he got extremely troubled that from the Jubilee House, this issue had come to him. And he recognizes that you cannot be employed as a driver, rise through the ranks, and there are 5 more ranks before you become a comptroller general. And you say that because you're a member of a political party, we should make you a comptroller general above all the other people. So we really, really, really need to handle this issue very well.
True.
We cannot live in a country where, of course, like I stated, if you are a citizen of Ghana, you have every right to join any of the security forces. In fact, it is right for us to have a representative of every ethnic group in our security services. It's extremely right. Equity-wise, it is right. It is wrong to have more ethnic group, a particular ethnic group more in a security service. It's a threat. Yes, it's a threat. And so when you go to any security training around the world, and let me say this, majority of the people who live this country and are either enrolled in the military in America or the UK military or Afghanistan military and all of those, look, they have reduced their ages. It is the truth. If you like, let the US come and check their background. They have reduced their ages. So let's not put it as though we have a weak military system that if you cannot get enrollment into it and you go to America, you can get recruitment. No. Those people, we live in this country, people have football ages. They have 2 ages.
So this one is military age.
Oh, there are people who have reduced their ages to travel from Ghana to America. And of course, you remember many years ago, before we had all this, biometric and all of those other issues, you and I, people could not find our differences. I can take your passport to travel. It was happening around the world. The black people were similar. Myself and Elvis, I could use his passport. And people were traveling like that. So for me, you see, we sit on an eggshell in this country. We sit on an eggshell with countries that are surrounded by us who are either military country or country under threats of terrorism. Ghana has been that haven. We cannot do this to our country. And you know, I have a big proposal for Parliament. I've been thinking and I've been asking a lot of conversations. And I think that we need to reconstruct the parliament that we have in terms of membership. We cannot continue to have a parliament of MPP NDC. We cannot. I think that we need to. I propose a parliament a buffet parliament where we have good representation of everybody. And I'll state it. We need to have the representative of the students, which is headed by the National Union of Ghana Students. We need that leader to be in parliament. We need to have someone from the labor union to be in parliament. We need to have someone from the nurses and midwifery council to be in parliament. We need to have somebody from the Ghana Medical Service to be in parliament. We need to have somebody from the chiefs. We need a chieftaincy representative in parliament. Okay? We also need to ensure that we need to break this thing. It's not helping us.
The MPP NDC parliament.
It's not helping us. We need to break it so that we have a collective voice of the Ghanaian people.
Very well.
Yes, of course. You stand as an MP, you win on the ticket of a political party. Of course, your constituency is not just made up of your political party, but your constituency is made up of a microcosm of every single citizen of this country, who are either laborers, who are either in the army, who are either in service, who are either doctors, who are either teachers, or and on. So I think that the new Ghana that we need to see under the leadership of the Honorable Kennedy Ejapong as the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
We just had to go there.
Of course, I think. I mean, of course.
You just had to go there.
Of course, it's important. But in my thinking, these are some of the proposals that, as I have an opportunity, I'll be proposing. Because you see, we need to break away from this. Look, Nana, it's not helping us. It's like we are always running in circles. And I'm wondering why we keep doing this to ourselves.
Bro, let me hear Comrade on this matter.
Comrade, help us. Don't let this be a party issue. You see, because I know you very well. I know how passionate you are about Ghana.
There was a term, a word we used to use when we were in JSS. I am very flabbergasted by the submission he's been made. It is lost on Palgrave that the framers of the Constitution took all these concerns into consideration. And that is why you are not barred from contesting to be MP if you are a laborer, if you are a teacher, if you are a journalist, or whatever. And so what he is talking of already has representation in Parliament. The only thing is that it has political coloration.
What of the chiefs?
The chiefs are equally represented, traditional authorities.
Where are they?
And so what is stopping you? I mean, if you're saying this, then we must have representation for camera crew. We must have representation for the media. I mean, how is this going to, come on. You're rather proposing chaos. Well, but
I think they all have their bodies or associations or organizations to do the advocacies on their behalf.
That is why it is called the legislature.
Yeah.
And the legislature is not the only arm of government where you find yourself. There is the executive and there is the judiciary. Many now believe that there is the fourth, which is you in the media. And so, but anyways, let me say here, it is still very unclear how Palgrave wants to continually make reference to Jubilee House. Let's assume, without admitting, that even what Honorable Muntaka said is right. That is to tell you that under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, a call cannot come from anywhere to just instruct anybody to do A, B, C, and the Okoto.
Order from
but
above.
what was the case in your time?
Order from above.
Order from above. And that is what I'm telling you. Under President Akufo-Addo, and under this tenure, Kennedy Ejapong was also a member of parliament and in this country. People were promoted left, right, center without merit. People who didn't have anything to do with... Look, were we not in this country? So let us stop these. I think you should rather commend the government that it means that governance is as a serious business is going in the right direction, where there cannot be interference, where there cannot be invisible hands manipulating people to do what is wrong. Because if that was the case, and if your tenure was the yardstick, by now, President Mahama wouldn't have been chalking the successes he has chalked. He wouldn't have been earning the respect he's earning. And this country, as we speak today, when it was predicted that by end of year, Ghana's our inflation would have been around 13.5%, it has rather even gone to single digit as we speak. That's discipline. See, I think these are matters we should not be just easily politicizing. And I still maintain, I don't see the politicization in this matter. I mean, the person making this submission is a politician anyways. And so whether he even made reference to his constituent or not, he is speaking as a politician who also means well for Ghana. He is not saying that let us recruit only NDC people, or the people who will be recruited will be outside of Ghana. It is Ghanaians we are still talking about.
Right.
That is what I'm saying. It's a good conversation that is opened up. And I agree with Elvis as well too. The couples within that enclave could also bring it up. But is this something they are also willing to? Just like they said, some are also now raising concern about height. Some are also raising concern about health. Some too are told that because the person has not gotten a certain pass mark. Meanwhile, that alone cannot be enough basis. And just as we all know, even examinations, it's not enough basis to actually disqualify someone. So when you and I go and sit for an exam, BECE, and you don't make your grades, it doesn't mean that you are not good. But for now, the measuring rod tells you must get this grade and you haven't gotten it. Does that mean we should throw you away? No.
Very well.
We were in this country when we're in this country when the President John Dramani Mahama cleared majority of the experienced people in the Ghana Armed Forces. You recall that? Senior people, well-experienced, non-politically aligned people. They were cleared. And so this issue is troubling. We sit on an eggshell. We beg the President. We beg you. Help save the sovereignty of this country. Let's not turn our military into a jungle of pilolo where we have people who are ill-experienced, who are old, who have health issues, who cannot help us in this country.
Alhaji Hamza from Pig Farm says, good morning, my brother. I totally agree with my brother this morning. He has really made my day. He should continue like that. But I am particularly happy to see that the recruitment is going to be based on regional basis, and those from certain particular regions must be recruited. This goes to show fairness. Nana, take a look at Elvis' shirt this morning. Tell him to get me one. Thanks. Emmanuel Awule from the United States of Kiseiman says, good morning. There's even a unit of intelligence in which a lot of people don't know. Boache Dankwa should give us a break. He's rather sounding political, as if NDC is recruiting only their supporters into the army. They should continue to be in opposition for many years. This one says, our security services are filled with whom you know. We all know what's going on. When you qualify, you won't get it. Nana, please extend my greetings to my brother Eli Kem for me. He's doing a great job for the party and the youth. He should keep it up. I wish him well. Rex from Ashoman, does Dr. Palgrave listen to himself? He said he didn't want to go political with the issue, yet he started on a partisan wavelength by chastising the president. Was the president in the head of the Honorable Chief Whip? He also took the opportunity to advertise his preferred NPP aspirant. If this is not politics, what is it? For me, the age as defined in the enlistment advert is the right one. I don't support an increase in the age limit. Well, Doc, you mentioned the labor unions, and the TUC, as part of its advocacy, embarked on a fact-finding mission to Kwanyako in the central region somewhere last week. Kwanyako and I think the Brim River. And based on what they saw, on what they found out, they are demanding the declaration of a state of emergency against illegal mining. Quick thoughts.
President Mahama is in China.
He's in Beijing.
The vice president is in Belgium.
Right.
The speaker is acting. Without being sworn in. What a country, what a country, what a country.
The Chief Justice is acting.
What a country.
No, the
what
speaker.
a country.
No, I'm saying the speaker hasn't been sworn in.
What a
country.
What a country. You know,
but it tells that we feel very safe in this country. We don't think that anybody can come and just take over power like that.
We need to help ourselves. Okay. When I wake up in the morning and I pray to my Father in heaven, I ask him to guide me on a day-to-day basis so I can be a patriotic citizen. What the labor union has done is the step in the right direction. You see, when we ask that you do something as a government, it's a government of the people and by the people. It is the Ghanaian people that have given you that responsibility to represent us. Of course, all 35 million people cannot be at Jubilee House. Of course, all 35 million people cannot be in Parliament, which is why we have a select few who we believe that when you are there, you'll be able to champion our ideals, our values, and our principles. it is gradually getting out of hand. Gradually getting out of hand. We cannot give the leadership of government too much time. They don't have it. Okay, they don't have it. If the labor union is asking President John Dramani Mahama to call for a state of emergency, something that he said he's waiting for the national security to advise him. And I have been on your platform and I've given the 8 thematic areas of national security's role. One of them is intelligence gathering.
True.
One of them is threat assessment. And I do not think that the national security is not aware of the threats that Galamsey poses to us. And I do not think that the national security has not gathered enough intelligence about the threats that Galamsey poses to us. And I also do not think that the national security has not gathered the ecological and economic standing of these illegal miners. As I speak to you this morning at 8:20, the people are in the pit. Those who finished their first round, they closed at 5 a.m. The people beginning the first round are starting at 6. They are there. As I speak to you, they are digging. They will come out at 11 o'clock for break. The afternoon shift will go from 11:30 to 5. Then the evening shift will go from 5:30 p.m. to midnight. And then they are working around the clock. So we are almost having a 24-hour illegal mining ongoing in Ghana. Is that what the president promised us? He told us he's going to give us a 24-hour economy. Is it a 24-hour economy of Galamseyers? I don't want to think so. We love the president. We respect the president. We want him to do well. And we have said, the president John Dramani Mahama does not need to fail for MPP to win an election. When the president John Dramani Mahama does well, he does well for the collective of the Ghanaian people. I'm in Ghana. I live here. I pay my bills here in this country. I pay my taxes here in this country. And so we plead with the president. His decision to ask the national security to advise him. National security, we know you people, you gather intelligence, you do situational reports, you have your analysis. We know that you are aware that this is a threat. The entire security architecture, we know that you are aware this is a threat. Please, before the president comes from Beijing, after attending the Global Leaders Women Conference, and the vice president returns from Belgium, please, you need to tell the president that his reluctance to call for the state of emergency is long overdue. The honeymoon that the president wanted after 9 months, 10 months, the honeymoon should be over.
Will the state of emergency be an end in itself?
It would be a starting point. And I have stated, of course, people would want to do comparison. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo banned small-scale mining, whatever, all of it, for 18 months. That was political leadership. The president must show us political leadership, okay? Because the rate at which it's going, you know, Nana, let's be real with ourselves. It will get to a stage you can't give me this water to drink in urban Ghana. You would need to boil the water several times and tell me that you are digging a borehole. Do you have a borehole on this premises?
Yeah, we do.
You do have a borehole. Then I'm likely to be drinking from your borehole that is purified. And so please, I want to plead. Because if you look at it, labor union, let the doctors also talk. We have a Ghana medical, let them also tell us what is happening. Because we have stated over and over again, the reason why Ghana is called Gold Coast, or was called Gold Coast, is because there are pockets of gold everywhere. So it's a land of gold, but we must be responsible. And we can only plead with the political leadership. They must not turn a blind eye to us. The president cannot say he's reluctant. He cannot say he's unwilling. He cannot say he's nonchalant. And he cannot say that emergency calling is the last resort. Where we are now, it is the first, and he must call it.
Comrade, the TEC says there's a looming water crisis, which of course we didn't actually need them to tell us. The evidence is there for all to see. We've seen the level of distraction. But this call for a state of emergency, is that the final hammer on the head of the nail?
I am so glad that, first and foremost, there's nobody around this table who benefits or in any way rejoices over the mess we find ourselves in when it comes to our water bodies. But it again tells you of the mess That happened in over a decade ago. And so when I see the likes of Palgrave suddenly finding his voice to be so passionate about these, I only can tell that the person viewing can see what the definition of hypocrisy is. How well was your voice at the time you were looking on for the likes of Wontumi? Did we not watch the expose by Anas? Did we not watch that of the gold mafia? Did we not watch Frimpong Boaten's report and all of that? And so if you want to address this matter and think that it is only the issuance or the declaration of a state of emergency, then in the first place, you have taken the wrong step. What exactly is the declaration of the state of emergency? It is to allow you, give you the powers to do some things that ordinarily you wouldn't have done.
True.
The president has said it many times. I do not feel incapacitated where I am presently. Whatever there is that I can do, I am doing so. The president is not treating this matter with velvet gloves. There's a concern that water bodies have been so polluted, turbidity has risen to the highest 94,000 NTU
True.
or 98,000 NTU at some instances. Heavy metals have been found in this as well, and it is finding its way into our food, our fruits, and all of that. But when you declare a state of emergency, then what? Is that in itself a solution to the problem? No. It is the relative or the measures that you are taking or you will take to confront the challenge. That will be the resolve to the problem. And it begs me, therefore, to outline further what the circumstance was in the past. Allow me some 5 minutes. In the past, let me remind Palgrave, when in 18 months you claim to have banned the issuance of license and fighting the Galamsey, that was when Ghana recorded its highest gold export. Hypocrisy personified by a regime. That is the irony of what you were fighting at the time. You had banned it, you said you were stopping it, but we had recorded the highest export of gold. When even there was a news report that Akonta Mining, Chairman Wontumi, was engaged in an illegality, the sector minister came to corroborate, same, Abu Jinapo. But the president immediately at an opportune time said Akonta, how do you call him? Wontumi is not doing Galamsey. You are shielding these people. And it is with so much shame, if you do not have any, to talk about this matter in this manner. Only to say that nobody is ruling out. The TUC, Ghanaians have the reason and concern to raise and even to ask for a state of emergency to be declared. But what is the state of the emergency declaration in itself? The reasons why they were called for these at the time were a lot of factors that happened. They were issuing licenses like confetti. As we speak, the Deputy Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Yusuf Sulemana, chairs a committee that is reviewing over 1,278 of such licenses. 55 were struck out immediately. They were revoked. Only 316 were found to be clean so far, and another 907 are at a risk of revocation. These were all licenses you issued out to people. These were even the ones you issued out. How about the ones who were doing their things on the back on the blind side of all of us? 9 forest zones were declared red zones because there were no-go areas. The gangs had taken over. And this is because during your tenure, you passed a very ludicrous LI that allowed people to go into the forest reserves to mine. You issued over 30 of such licenses to people to go into our forests. By reason of that, 44 of our forest reserves were breached. When President Mahama took over, all these 9 forests were repossessed. Then now, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, who also doubles as Sector Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, has written to the Attorney General to consider the revocation, the repeal of LI 2462. The Attorney General made us know that that is priority of priorities now. At the next sitting of Parliament, that is document to be submitted. The minister has further declared water bodies and forest reserves security zones. And that is a component, these are all components of what state of emergency would require. But the president is telling you that declaring a state of emergency is like saying that I want some powers, but I'm not getting it. The Constitution doesn't give me. So please grant me state of emergency so I can do so. No such things. He is not trigger ready to do those things. But he believes strongly that with the measures being put in place, that will be done. I must applaud all the discerning voices for the very concerns they are raising. Because look, the water we are all drinking, it doesn't matter your political coloration, it doesn't matter your profession, your age, your tribe, etc. We are all at risk. But that is the reason why I must commend also the effort by Colonel Dominic Boa, who leads the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, for the brute force with which they are dealing with people who find themselves especially on water bodies. So it is very clear. Stay off our water bodies and stay off the forest reserves. And that is being implemented. It is the reason why the NIMOS is deploying men to these places permanently and on rotational basis to avoid familiarity.
True. Comrade, thank you. Let me take a break here. When I come back, I read some of your messages and then we'll hear from Elvis. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
This is a people's game. They will be bubbling about this one for weeks and months to come. Let's go!
It's on SuperSport all season long. Pay your subscription today. Dial *759#. Available on DSTV and GoTV.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Coffee be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Me and you coffee be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
On Channel 1 TV, we're having the news review segment. Elikem Kotoko is here, Elvis Dako is here, Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa is also here, and of course, you are viewing public. A few messages here. This is some information on the recruitment issue. This one says, for the Ghana Armed Forces, the age limits are 18 to 25 for non-tradesmen and 18 to 27 for tradesmen for non-commissioned roles. Now, for commissioned officer roles, the age limit is 18 to 26 for regular commissioned officers and up to 30 to 35 for short service or specialist roles. So this is the enlistment requirement. Okay. This man says Channel 1 TV, your reward is in heaven. The government seem not to have the antidote to fight galamsey. A state of emergency must be declared, period. This is what Ghanaians are asking for. Okay, this one says the Muslims Alliance for Accountable Governance, MAFAG, will address the media on galamsey next week. It is going to be big and from a different angle that will shake Ghanaians. Alhaji Swala from La Paz is sending that one in. Elvis, your thoughts on it? We've spoken about this galamsey issue. We've actually dealt with this matter of a state of emergency. And so it's not new that the TUC is making this call. But like I'm asking everyone, it's not the end, is it? There are other options for
a
us to
state
look
of emergency in itself is a paper and a signature. The question is, after the president signed the paper and signature, are we sure that we are going to do the work that the state of emergency requires? It's another issue. So I said this state of emergency thing, from all points of view, if only it will lead to stoppage of the thing or reduction, that is what we are all looking for. But if we declare a state of emergency and enforcement did not succeed because the same process and procedures have been used and we did not get anything, the question is what next? So I think the TUC is right to do whatever they have done. My only advice to them is that I think this time around they are getting it right because they went to the field. For last year, they didn't go to any field to show us anything. All of a sudden, they said they want to go on protest. So the question was, then why is that last year they didn't go on the field? But this year they decide to go on the field before asking for something. Probably they will say, well, they have their own reasons. But I think that as union, the most powerful union in Ghana is TUC. And therefore, I think that they should do things in ways and manner that people will not criticize them. Well, somebody is it because there was an election, that's why they didn't go to the field and all of a sudden they decided to say they will demonstrate? It gives room for people to ask you questions. Because I believe that last year they had already gone on the field, got their own evidence and come back and say some of these things. People will view it differently. And for me, I don't even mind whether they went on the field or not. We have all agreed that the galamsey is a threat to all of us. I think over the weekend I read a report that says that it's only Greater Accra and Volta that are untouched. So it means that out of the 16 regions we have created, 14 are affected by galamsey or one way or the other. It's only Volta and Greater Accra where water and those things are yet to be. So clearly, it should tell you that what we are talking about is even beyond a state of emergency. It's even beyond it. Okay, it's even beyond it. And therefore we must understand that when groups are calling for state of emergency, it's because of the threat it poses to all of us. And as I've said, when President Akufo-Addo declared that 18 months there will be no mining, every Ghanaian saw that the water bodies were becoming cleaner. It's also true that we had an increase in small gold exports that year. But it doesn't necessarily mean that because the mining was going on. Most of the time when they mined, they look for the right time for the price increase for them to sell. If you are not working, you have gold there and you are hungry, you will sell it, right? But the truth of the matter, during that 18 months, every Ghanaian that is close to water bodies saw that there is some improvement in the water bodies. But when it was lifted, we have gone to levels that we can't even imagine. And that shows that even that 18 months lifting has become zero because the expected result has become worse after it was lifted. And as I said, there are people who have done mining for years and decades who believe that the state of emergency is not a solution, and that the most important thing is to have the courage and say you have illegalized every form of small-scale mining and then elevate it to medium-scale mining. When you do that, it means that every process that mine Aglung gold gold fields and the rest have to go through before they mine. A medium-scale mine has to go through that. A licensed small-scale miner does not go through the same processes to mine. So, in fact, most of the people we call licensed small-scale mining, the way they do their work is not different from how the illegals do their work. So, you see, it's not about the paper license, whether it is legal or not.
Right.
It's about the processes that we go through to get the job done. So, as I said, if we can be converging around some of these issues, and if all these aspects, as I said, can be put together, look, everybody bring your proposal, let's fix it. As I've said, if for 60 years we have been deploying police soldiers, go and fight and come back, and we are not getting results, it's, to me, the results will still not give us if we continue that way. Let's look at something, and that's why I want TUC, for instance, to become a big player in the conversation. They represent all workers of Ghana, okay, including those small-scale miners. So if the TUC can actually do a better job by saying, okay, as an organization, we want to finance an independent study to the communities. Let people go there and come up with a proper report. Let them come and tell us that this is what the people are saying, that is why they are doing Galamsey. And this is what they are saying, that if we do, we can minimize the distraction. FDA has issued a report. EPA has a report. UNICEF has a report. So many are going to have a report. TUC can lead the coordination of all those organizations and say, look, can we have all your reports? We want a team to review. I think that they will be doing themselves a lot of good if they decide to be very active. Not only by calling, but do something and then present some very empirical report to government and say, with the experts we put together, with all the reports we have been able to get from various institutions reviewed and the rest, this is the recommendation of labor. From this point of view, very empirical study that will be able to make a strong point. Probably maybe at that, and it's possible they may realize that even state of emergency may not be the solution. True. Because now they have put together, because even all the mining, the big mining companies, they are under labor, right? And they have a lot of positions and ideas and suggestions they think can help some of these things. You understand it? The Chamber of Mine had always made that even a complete ban on small-scale mining, they don't think that it will solve the problem. They've made certain positions. But so for now, we are not even hearing those kind of conversations anymore. So I think that with this good step that TUC has taken to go to the field, to see things for themselves, I think they need to expand it. What they have gone to see, now they should look at maybe a 3 or 4 months, 5 months work of experts put together by TUC, bring all kinds of institutions into it, bring all kinds of reports for review. And then the labor union will come up and say, we have an empirical evidence that this is the situation. This is what is fueling it. This is what our experts are saying that the state must do for us to minimize and limit this distraction. I believe that if they have that report, all of us in the media will jump behind it, will push it. Okay, so this Galamsey thing, I remember when President Akufo-Addo declared the ban, the media coalition was formed at that time. President Mahama had the opportunity to complain that when he was president for first time, he was trying to fight Galamsey. He didn't get the kind of support the media was giving to President Akufo-Addo. Right. The media has given the support, but the thing has gotten worse. So it means that even the media support we have given has not yielded much result. So I will appeal to TUC this morning that I think that I'll commend them for what they have done by going out on the field. They should put together a team, have a term of reference, let them go to the community, starting first by doing research, talking to the people, the communities. That point, the community who are not doing Galamsey, okay? Talk to a varied group of people within the community. Let the researchers talk to the chiefs. Let them talk to the people who have the license, who don't have the license. How to deal with this? Let them do a thorough report. Let them review FDA, EPA, and all the other institutions, their report. Let them even find out from national security themselves. I believe national there are several reports on Galamsey. TUC, the body as it is, if it requests anything from any of these institutions, you'll get it. They should do a thorough work for us, and then when they are giving us empirical evidence, we will realize that, okay, it's like what they are saying makes some good reason that we should all follow. But it's like the calls are coming disjointed, and everybody has his own way of what they think has to be done. Some say state of some general, some say declare it only in the mining areas. There are suggestions that confiscate the lands that galamsey is happening on, so that the chiefs will know that when they allow people to do the galamsey, their lands will be confiscated. There are all kinds of, but who is putting all this together to come up with a comprehensive report that will say that with all this that we have put together, we think that if we do A, B, C, D, we can move forward. So for me, I think that even if the TSU does the work, they can even point out flaws in the deployment of security. They can even do it from an independent point of view rather than making security people to review that themselves. And they can rely on independent security people to help them. So I think that where it is going, we are all looking for solutions. True. And so I'm commending TUC, but I'm suggesting that they can do more. And I hope they consider something like that.
Very well. Let's get into MPP politics. To become flag bearer, Pargrave, you need 4.6 million Ghana cedis. 4.6 million Ghana cedis. Pargrave, why? Professor Okoye is not happy with you people.
We are all not happy.
No, first of all, explain to what is this development fee?
I don't know.
But you've paid.
Yes, because that is what the leadership of the party has decided to do.
Wow.
When we were young and we were told of the New Patriotic Party, we have always known that it's a party of values, a party of volunteerism, a party where people give off their best and what they have. Of course, modern politics has changed. And it's changed in a way that if you are doing an internal contest, you will need to rally around the length and breadth of the country, speaking to over 250,000 delegates. And planning such an election obviously comes at a cost. The party has not got that necessary resources that they need. You recall that my candidate, Kennedy Japan, this year paid some of the outstanding salaries of the party in the first quarter of the year, and also contributed significantly to the delegate conference, about 4 million Ghana cedis, and now has paid for his development fee. When I went for MP parliamentary candidate primaries, I paid for a development fee. But my assumption is that the party will use such monies to do the internal wranglings and processes and everything. Professor Michael Quay is a senior member of the party. Maybe he could have made the input a bit much earlier. Now we have gone for vetting, we have balloted, we have picked number one, and we are confident that with the level of conversations that we are having with the delegates, talking to them about jobs, sustainable job creation for the Ghanaian people is what will bring us to our desired future. Talking about industry and linking industry to agriculture, because industry and agriculture must work in hand. Talking about empowering the local government principles that we need in this country, because governance is well at the base when it is done well and implemented well.
Right.
So of course, from where we are, with the regions that we have visited, from Western region to Western North to Bono region to Bono East to Ahafo, tomorrow we are in Savannah. From Savannah, we'll do Upper East, we'll do Upper West, we'll do Northeast, we'll do Northern region. And we are coming down to the middle belt.
Very well.
So, of course, yes, we need to contribute to the party's resource base, but we also need to have a broader conversation, really, because it does exclude other people. You are aware that Honorable Adainimo couldn't participate in this election. I have indication that he is greeting us every now and then. And we are also greeting him every now and then.
Very well. Elvis, this development fee, I'm not sure when it came or where it came from, but from what you said, does it portend a danger? It looks like there's monocracy in the system, and this will likely affect competent people who may not necessarily have the resources to participate in such party elections.
Oh, it has always been there. This development fee, as I said, even MPs are made to pay. In fact, sometimes you are even disqualified for not paying development fee. So it's not a new thing. The phenomenon is simple. Political party organization is a lot of money.
True.
Okay, it's a lot of money. But the parties, especially in our part of the world, have not been able to establish any credible way of fundraising for their political parties. And that is the problem. So when they are in government, because appointees in office, they will find money and support the party. When they are opposition, you hear them crying about money to run because now they are not in government and appointees don't have the money to give. And that is why political parties need to think wider and find out, is this sustainable? Is it not making the party a sellout to some few people who have money? Some will argue that it's a way of ensuring that not everybody can jump up and say, I want to be, because if there is no money to be paid, you may get 1,000 people who say, I want to be flag bearer. But the money that they're asking for is actually a way of ensuring that only few people can come up for it and show credit. I rather think that instead of asking for the money, if the party can say, if you want to contest, okay, provide a list of 100 people who are willing that when the party is going to an election, they will rather support the party with this amount as financiers.
Right.
I think that will take the burden off the shoulders of the person.
Yeah.
But you are letting the person establish how he's able to build relationships, how he's able to attract funding and sponsorship. So if the person can have names of people and say, this is the list of 100 people, they are willing to back the NPP if I get elected as flag bearer. And they can use that as a basis. I think it's good. We are living in a country where we are always complaining. There's vast lands that we are not using. Personally, I would have thought that by now the NPP may have 100,000 acres of cocoa farm. NDC may have same, so that the proceeds from those farms, whatever profit after paying laborers and the rest who keep the farm working, becomes funds for the party.
Right.
Maybe NDC may have 50,000 palm oil plantation. NDC may have
Are
some.
political parties allowed to engage in profitable enterprises?
What stops them from that?
Okay, very well.
There's nothing that stops them from doing things that will help them breathe. So I was thinking that if they had talked about this for a long time, probably they may have some very big agricultural institutions, from the farming even to processing and others, that have become like party business, that after paying the workers, any profit made becomes revenue for the party to use. I think that they have not been able to establish membership and dues.
Okay.
With Ghana card and database now, I think that it's about time the parties also utilize that and says, if you want to be a member of the party and a proud one and hold a card, the whole year everybody should pay 50 Ghana cedis or 100 cedis.
Because they boast about 4 million supporters and all that.
So if you can pay 100 cedis, maybe the party will give you a party t-shirt so that you can identify yourself.
True.
You understand it? So I think that they need to think about innovative ways of raising funds to support the activities. But this, waiting till somebody wants to contest, and you know that the person itself is campaigning and spending so much money on its campaign, whether MP or it's a lot of money. And they're asking the person to also pay some huge money again to the party. I think that they can do better. But for now, it's like, because they have not been able to establish alternative ways of raising funds, credible ones that support them financially, they have done something. But if you go to Rwanda, the party that is of government, they have so many businesses.
Okay.
South Africa, the ANC, they own businesses that generate revenue for them. So it is not that we even have to go beyond the continent of Africa. Okay.
Very well.
South Africa, ANC own mining companies. Okay. They own mining companies. So I think that we can learn from these countries. Some of these, NDC and NPP need to do a thorough work of study
and
Fine.
it will help them.
Let me hear from Elikem on this. To be flag bearer, you need 100,000 to pick forms, 500,000 to file, and 4 million cedis development fee. Is this feasible? Is this sustainable?
What are they developing? What is
I'm not in a position to answer that.
That's my worry and concern. I'm perplexed because so you pay 100,000 for
forms,
500,000
to file, and then 4 million cedis. 4 million Ghana cedis.
That's
4.6 million
in total, close to 5 million. Yeah. And previously, how much was it? And suddenly ballooned to that figure.
And this is aside what you are spending as an individual to canvass votes around the country.
This is ridiculous, but it looks like none of them is complaining. And they all, I heard that Kwabena Japan couldn't, and he risked being disqualified, but suddenly he has found his image there, which means he was able to raise the funds. And this has been one of my major problems. It reminds me of my days as a student leader. When I was going to contest for the first position in school, and people said you need to have a minimum of 1,500 at a time. But I didn't spend even a dime. I had people who felt that, Elikem, we've been seeing what you do, and that's how it's supposed to be, but that is not the situation. And it is very scary. And so the question is, I don't even know the legality of that. I mean, and you people have the so-called elite or legal luminaries within, and nobody is contesting that. But it's good that the person raising the concern is also a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Professor Michael Quay is a lawyer, right? Or he's just a legislator?
Yeah, he is.
So they know all the avenues available to them to correct these anomalies that are contained within the new patriotic party. Because I am just at sea as to what exactly that development levy is for. What is there to develop? Especially that you are a party that has just come out of power for 8 years, where the general populace believe that you looted the public purse. And there's a lot of money. If it is a way of taking back what was looted and giving it to Development Ghana, I don't know. Maybe we may relook at that. But I doubt if that is the concern. However, I feel that people within should talk. And like they say, this is a matter of the UFIASM. I am not so concerned about that. But I believe that the Ghanaian is judging them for this, because the only question I have is, what are you developing? What development levy? And it is largely because the MPP currently has a leadership that has failed them woefully. A leadership that allowed themselves to be controlled by the flag bearer, the previous president and his vice president. You allowed Nana Addo to have his way to do so many things. Then today, you now want to exert a certain force. And I always make this example, lastly. You remember the Ablekumanov incidents, when a party, their chief scribe, their general secretary, their chairman and leadership came to announce to public TV that we will no longer contest in this election. Then none other than the candidate who wrote to that level on the ticket of the party grossly disrespects you, rubbishes you, and sorry, but tells you that you guys are stupid. I do not follow you. I will not follow such foolish thing. I am going to contest. Then again, sheepishly, that same leadership came in and then started following her, went in there to contest, and then lost the elections. That is a leadership that does not have a stand. That is a leadership that has failed. That is a leadership that cannot be called to lead.
Very well. Thank you, Comrade Elikem Kotoko. Thank you, Elvis Dako. Dr. Palgrave Boache Dankwa.
In 30 seconds, NHIS is not working in this country. People are complaining. NHIS is not working in this country. Cash and carry has come back. This is not what you inherited from President Kufuor. This is not what you inherited from President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. NHIS, people cannot pay for labs. People cannot pay for OPD. We are struggling. We are suffering.
Thank you for joining us. This has been the News Review segment. Stay with us. The show continues after this.
Life moves faster. Cooking shouldn't slow you down. Introducing the newest Franco microwave, specially made for you, the fastest and safest way to cook. Defrost, reheat, melt, and cook with Franco microwave with advanced technology that knows exactly what you want. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Download our Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. For bulk purchasing and enquiries, call the numbers on your screen. Franco Microwave, simple controls, smart sensors. Franco, the home of quality microwave.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go give me the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension, just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go give me the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're lucky, everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This October, Northern Ghana takes center stage. Get ready for the Northern Business Fair 2025, the ultimate one-stop shop for everything made in Ghana in the Savannah, Northern, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions. From hand-woven smokes and intricate crafts to modern manufacturing, innovative packaging of made-in-Ghana products, and thriving homegrown businesses, it's a vibrant celebration of talent, innovation, and authenticity. Brought to you by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM, it's the biggest trade fair showcasing Kenyan SMEs, startups, research bodies, and indigenous brands making waves across the nation. It's happening on Saturday the 25th and Sunday the 26th of October 2025 at the Terminus Sports Stadium. The time is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Want to exhibit? Call 0205-973-973 today and book your space. Don't just hear about it, see it, experience it, and live it. The Northern Business Fair, your market, your connections, your growth. The Northern Business Fair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Side Hustle, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, and the Ghana Export Promotion Authority.
It's a very beautiful Monday morning, and once more, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. As you all know, Nana Tufo Boateng started the show, and from now on, we are going to be taking you till 11 a.m. Remember, the show is informative, educative, exciting, entertaining, and everything that you can think about when it comes to an exciting morning show. Remember, it's interactive, so you can hop in at any time and send in your messages via the WhatsApp number on the screen. Well, I'm not doing this alone today, and I'm sure you're all wondering who is the we that she's talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me in the studio today is not your regular, your morning host or my normal partner. This time around, I have another partner. So let's put our hands together for Jude Duncan. Woo!
You didn't have to do this.
Hi, Jude.
Hi, Chris.
Jude, we've never hosted before, right?
No, I don't think so.
We've never hosted together.
Yeah. I can't think about it.
Yeah.
I'm missing out.
I know, right?
Because you're a big woman.
Hey.
No, you're there for
Hey.
the Chris Carter.
Hallelujah.
Oh, Charlie.
Ooh, I receive. Anyway, Jude, you're welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Being here this morning. I usually would be on TV on Saturday morning and on Sunday morning for Sunday breakfast. And, usually it's a build-up of a lot of the work you've done the whole week. So to be here this week with you, I think, it feels good. I'm not even going to lie about it. And, the energy, the best stuff, it feels fresh and different here.
I know.
So it's amazing to join you here today, and I'm looking forward to an amazing show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to do this together, and we also want you to be part of the show. So remember, like I always said, you're part of the show. Send in your text messages, your thoughts, your questions, your heartfelt messages via the WhatsApp number on the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube now, we have the top chat section or the live section. You can actually put your chat in, and then we will also get to read it on the show. So let's get straight into the show. We'd like to start off with some reminders. The Northern Business Fair is going to be happening on the 25th to the 26th of October 2025. And we are so excited about this because we're bringing businesses together businesses, either services, food and packaging, manufacturing, NGOs, craft, textiles and apparels, fast-moving consumer goods. If you find yourself in any of this sector, all you need to do is reach out to us and you can be part of it. And the exciting thing is that you don't necessarily need to be in the north alone. If you're actually here in Accra or any part of the country and you want to expand and let the people of the north know what you have, or you want to take all you have there to the north, or you can also call the number 0205 973 973. 0205 973 973. It's going to be happening at the Tamale Sports Stadium from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. I want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, EcoBank, Side Hustle, GEPA, and GEA.
And on that note, it's also very important to remind you, our lovely viewers out there, of the Cyber Security Awareness Month this October. Of course, it's also breast cancer, but also very top of the list is the Cyber Security Awareness Month. Why is it so important? Because we basically bring you tips and other insightful conversations on how to keep safe in the online space, from mobile money fraud to social media hacking to impersonation online. All of that and more, we bring you ways you can keep safe and ensure that you don't fall prey or victim to any fraudulent activity online. And on that note, we bring you today's tips on the dangers around online scam and phishing. Take a look.
Call, one text, or one scan. That's all it takes for a scammer to get in. Will you spot it before they do? Welcome to A Safer You, your guide to safer digital living, brought to you by Digital Unbounded and Channel One TV. Today, we are talking about online scams and phishing, and how scammers use simple tricks to steal information and money. Scams are everywhere online, in emails, text messages, and social media posts. An online scam is a lie told with technology, and the goal is to take your money, your identity, or your trust. One common scam is a fake online store that takes payment but never sends the order. Another scam invites you to claim a prize, but first it asks for a small processing fee. Some scammers pretend to be someone you love or know, and then they ask for help or money. Phishing is the most common type of scam, and it works like phishing because the message is the bait and your information is the catch. A typical phishing message may pretend to be from your bank and say your account is locked, asking you to click a link to fix it. A delivery message may tell you your package is being held and ask you to pay a small fee to release it. A message that seems to come from a family member asking for money is often a scam, and you should always double-check before sending anything. Phishing looks real because scammers copy logos, language, and the exact style of real messages. Always check who sent the message, because strange letters, extra numbers, or a wrong domain are signs it's not real. Do not click links in messages you did not expect. Instead, open the official app or website yourself to check. Watch for bad spelling and messages that push you to act right away, because rushing you is a common scam tactic. If someone asks for money or personal details, call them on a number you already have to make sure the request is real. If a message makes you feel rushed or emotional, pause, take a deep breath, and think before you act. Here is your action plan. Learn the signs of scams and phishing. Pause before you click. Check the source. And always verify through trusted channels before you send money or personal information. Scammers may cast wide nets online, but you do not have to take the bait. Stay calm, stay smart, and stay safe. A Safer You is brought to you by Digital Unbounded in partnership with Channel One TV.
So stay calm and stay safe. The big message out there, how to guard against phishing. not us going to the lake or the sea, you know, to look for fish, but, you know, being aware and very, you know, minded about your use of online activity, your digital footprint you leave and all that, you know. And Chris, it's interesting we're discussing this today because just last week I won't say a victim, but I was a target of, you know, an instance of phishing online where, you know, the adversary tried to target me, you know, and they appear like a trusted person. So they'll usually hack, you know, the phone, an online platform of somebody close to you, and they begin sending message, you know, suggesting that like they are in need of something very urgent and, you know, you need to send it and all of that. So it's happened commonly, especially on like mobile money accounts and even in emails, you know, for very high level, you know, business people who deal on a very, you know, big level, professional level. It's very rare that you hear that someone's email has been hacked, but it happens a lot, and they feel like once it's coming from a particular email account, you know, chances are it is legitimate. You know? So
I was telling Philip the other day about the encounter I had, and this is just because, yes, I influence for brands, and then you see foreign brands reaching out to you to actually, you know, negotiate with you for you to influence their brand. So there was this group of people that sent a message, and it looked very juicy. You know, the amount they were going to pay. It was too good to be true. And everything. I was excited about it, but I was like, wait, come on, wait. No. I have to check the emails. And because when I get messages from like international brands, nobody talks about money that straight away. You know,
they are more about the value you are about to offer.
Do you understand? Let's have a conversation. Let's have a Zoom meeting. Let's have a. But they went straight away to, we're going to pay you this amount of money, and the money was good. The money was good. The money was good.
No, I can imagine.
So I was like, no, let me check the email. And I realized, oh, okay, there's something wrong in the email. This is not the company's email. Then I was like, okay, I continued. I'm not supposed to talk to them, but I just was curious. And they were like, no, you need to even send money for you to get the
It doesn't work that way.
Like, nah.
You know the thing they say about if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck,
then it's a duck.
On that note, I mean, guys, see, let's all work in keeping safe. And for those of us who are, you know, literate, you know, can read, understand the issues much better, it's our responsibility to ensure that we are also tagging or taking along, you know, our folks who may not be able to read, and also speak to them on the dangers, right? So spread the message, share the word. Like the way they say, share the link.
Share the link.
Share the thing.
All right.
Amazing.
So on that note, let's head to what's trending on social media. It has been a very interesting weekend, especially with the Black Stars making everybody happy. You know, we're going to the World Cup. We're going to the World Cup. I'm excited about it. I mean, everybody has been leaving great comments on social media about this whole victory, and I want to congratulate the Black Stars again. Congratulations to each and every one of them, and also for making the country proud and happy. And we also heard that the FIFA president congratulated the Black Stars.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we have some messages on that. Let us check out some of the messages on social media, especially on the X platform when it comes to that. So now, this one's from Confidence. I'm still not convinced that Otto has the ability to help our team. He is limiting this team's potential. I want us to face Argentina.
You know that. Can you give me like a cursory guess of what that game would look like, the outcome of a game against Argentina? I think minimum 3-0 for Black Stars with the current setup.
4 Black Stars.
3. But I know it's funny.
4 Black Stars, like Black Stars.
No, we'll lose actually with 3 goals.
Okay.
No, but I know again the magic of the World Cup is such that you can never
predict.
It's unpredictable. Yeah. Sometimes
I think it's not just about the World Cup. It's all the games.
Yeah, the drive and the deep sense of passion. You know, sometimes all come together, and you know outcomes are really different. So you might never know. Yeah.
So CEO T-Way said, I see a very dangerous team going into the World Cup. This side could definitely make a strong run. Interesting. And now, at this point, we expect our superheroes like Asamoah Gyan, Sule Muntari, among others, as assistant coaches. What do you think?
Not quite. You know, it's you don't necessarily need to get a big name because you know you need to get somebody who is tactically and technically top
Good.
of his game, not necessarily because he's an old
player.
Yeah.
So this one is coming from FCB Harrison. Let it be known finished. Jordan Ayew has more World Cup qualifiers goal contributions than Cristiano Ronaldo.
Football fans will always be football fans.
Emperor Papilo, you guys have regrouped, and I like the depth in your squad. Please make Africa proud. I'm sure. Okay, well, this is by a Nigerian saying that.
Yeah.
And we have the message from the FIFA president.
To the Black Stars on reaching the FIFA World Cup for the 5th time in history. Your fans will bring color, style, and passion to the greatest FIFA World Cup ever in 2026 in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And we expect that your team will establish more global stars to follow in the footsteps of the famous team that made the quarterfinals of the tournament in South Africa in 2010. But for now, enjoy this special moment, and we cannot wait to see who the Black Stars will face when we have the final tournament draw on the 5th of December. See you all very soon. Well done. Congratulations. Bye.
See, I watched the game, right? And Chris, it's important to say the guys or the team, really wanted this, and you could tell. Congratulations to them. We are proud of their achievement. Sometimes people are quick to say, oh, but we expected to qualify in a group involving, the likes of Mali, Comoros, Madagascar. That's true because, to a large extent, you have football heritage. 4 times Africa, winner. But, I still can't get around the fact that with the quality around this team, we failed to qualify to the Africa Cup of Nations, which, in my view, we have a realistic chance of winning. And again, like we saw with the team, there were so many people around the team, and I'm not really sure what all of them, their motives are. Already concerns are around how we behave as a people when we qualify for these competitions. Visa racketeering becomes the norm of the day. So many people who should be working, sitting down and doing actual work they've been appointed to, all of a sudden will start finding their way in the parliament committee, they are going, management committee, they are going. And at the end of the day, you look at the cost on our taxpayers' budgets, right?
Especially with the issues of finances now.
Yeah, so for me, I think that we need to have a proper conversation on how we streamline this, like we saw the presidency do with the recent United Nations General Assembly. And that being said, the quality of play must significantly improve. I don't want to go into the debate of whether Coach Otto Addo is the guy or not. He's been given a tax, he's done it, even though I felt like he should have been sacked after that AFCON, debacle. So we'll let him have his flyers for now. I'm sure in the coming days and months, conversations around improving the technical quality of the team, making the best of the players we have will come to the fore. And again, yesterday, kudos to the National Sports Authority. I think for the first time I saw a half-decent playing pitch, and we've not seen that in a while. My only concern was that, again, they struggled with the organization around managing the pitch area. There were so many people there, and I wasn't sure what all of them were doing because they couldn't all have been journalists. You saw bloggers there, you saw, it was chaotic in the pitch area. But the pitch was okay. I think we've seen significant progress. Kudos to them, I'm Pafuankra, and the GFA, even though I have a few question marks still lingering. We'll come back to it later on, but kudos to the Black Stars.
Right. Okay, so the next one is on the entertainment side of things. What's trending? Akon. Akon is in the trends, and everybody's wondering, why is Akon in the trends? Well, let's break it down. Akon's wife of 29 years reportedly filed for divorce, asking him for 100 million euros in spousal support, and at the same time, custody of the 17-year-old, and also trying to block him from getting anything from her. But when they checked his account, they found only $10,000. So,
to begin, what's your favorite Akon song?
I'm locked up That's what he started with. Yeah.
And I was going to say lonely. So lonely
I'm
and
not
loved
lonely.
up.
It goes together.
Yeah, you know, lonely was like one of his biggest hits, right?
Yes, yeah.
Charlie, I see. People are saying that he pulled a fast one on his wife. People are saying that he probably hid all his wealth. But it could also be that he could be broke.
He could be very broke.
You know, so
there's a very high possibility of him being broke, especially with everything that happened when it comes to the whole Akon City that he was trying to build, the scam
in Senegal, right?
Yeah, in Senegal, the whole lighting thing he was trying to build, the AI city, like all those
he
things.
was trying to do too much, right? At the same time, how is Convex Music doing? Do we know?
No, it's not that great.
Really?
It's not that great again.
That's shocking to hear.
Yeah, it's not that great. And, you know, I think the wife was just tired of the whole, that his whole polygamy thing.
Oh, so he has multiple spouses.
Yes. My question is...
But this is the first wife.
Yes. And she's saying she needs that money because she helped him build his empire.
Do we know the circumstances under which they married? Like, was it like a legal wedding? Was it like a partnership?
I think it was really legal. If it was not legal, she would not be asking for this amount.
Yeah, but 100 million, Charlie, like... You've got to be realistic.
She's saying it because, they always start with that, then they come to an agreement.
So as the case goes on, then
they come to an agreement.
Yeah, but I feel like she probably knows Akon better than most of us would.
That's what I'm saying.
So she would believe that he probably has, 100 million or more in assets, right? For which reason she's demanding much.
Thank you, in assets. But I don't think it's in
physical cash.
Physical cash.
So Akon has been around for long to not be broke at this point in his career. I don't think he has, for all that he's achieved in his music and for all that he's achieved, the kind of fame that came along with his music early on, I don't want to believe that Akon has just about Chris, I can shake you, I would hold you and shake you. I'll squeeze some more than $10,000 out of you. Right? So and this Akon we're talking about.
The truth is, when it comes to music, if you study the whole music trend well, most of them get broke easily.
Yeah, I mean, they live a very fast-paced life, right?
And they don't have, education around finances. A lot of the American singers are broke.
Yeah, but they have like royalties going on for them, right? So at least...
But the ones that sign bad deals have no royalties going on for them.
I shudder to
Some
believe...
are still fighting for their royalties. Do you know that?
See, I really struggle to see Akon being in a position that is so financially dire to the point of you're having just $10,000 in his account.
Well, maybe the money is in Senegal.
Probably. But I feel like he's just about 3 shows away from like a cool $1 million or more, So I usually don't like discussing people's private marital issues because there are always some nuances that doesn't really come out in the public square. And we've only heard from one side as things stand now. It'll be interesting to see what Akon thinks about all of this. And I'm sure the matter is going to court, right?
Yeah.
So there'll definitely be judgment on this.
And there's not been any comment from Akon or any of his reps.
I don't expect him to say,
but
typical Akon, he will just come back later and say, I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl. And, then you choke her, then you come. The other song?
Which one?
Just put the blame on me.
You can put the blame on me.
Akon song, you do some things and I'm sure you'll be fine. So you apologize through music and you just get to go. So it's unfortunate. I think Akon, inspired a generation of like local music artists. At the point, I remember Sarkodie saying that he had signed up to like Convict Music, with Ace Hood and all of those things. Like that was a time to be alive, right? I'm sad that this is happening. I hope they are able to, solve the issues outside of court.
Yeah, congratulations.
And get him back to doing music and training the next generation of music icons.
Yeah. But if the wife wants divorce, I think it's in her right to want divorce, but they should just solve it amicably.
She knows what she's gone through, right?
Exactly. That's what I think. That's what I think. And anyway, we have some comments on that, and let's check out the comments. Otute Goiham says...
Agohum. Oh, Charlie. Agohum is the name of the current MPP Greater Accra Regional Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Akon comes from a culture where polygamy is allowed. You cannot take Senegal blood out of him. Well, I think that
So people
when
are
it comes
commenting.
to polygamy, I think you really need to be straightforward about it. Don't promise the woman that it's going to be a monogamous relationship, and then when you get inside, you now remember, hey, I have Senegal blood. You understand? I don't think it's right. I think these are some of the problems that happens when people are not straightforward with things. So dude has multiple wives, so he'll be all right. She was with him when he had nothing, so likely she got tired of sharing. Facts, can't blame her one bit. All right, this one said 30 years, multiple wives, nah, she did her time. Let Tam Tam go.
Is that her name?
Yeah, Tamika. If the kid is 17, what's the point of custody and the like? Be an adult soon enough. It's kind of goofy. Well, she still have 1 year to go, so she still has 1 year of giving her money. They've been married longer than I have been alive. But it's true, if she's 17 and you think it's just, no, well, you still have 1 year of child support. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. How long have they been married again?
Like a long time. I'm 29 years.
That's
29 years. So next year makes it 30 years. Come on.
Yeah.
It's just right.
Yeah. I love Akon's music. I think he's a star, not only for what he does, behind the microphone, but his effort in also training the next generation of, music stars.
Yeah.
There were quite a number that came or passed through him. So I remember he did a collaboration with Mehdi and P Square.
Yeah, P Square.
Even here in Ghana, he worked with a couple of acts, so he's done his bit.
Yeah.
Well,
good luck to him, and we wish both parties well. Now let's check out our video of the day.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. You want to steal from me, but it's just rubbish and trash.
The content creation scene has changed so significantly, right? And anyway, so there was the moral lesson that don't steal from people, right? You can steal from people and be stealing trash.
And you're stealing trash, exactly. And they'll just tell you, okay, be going with it. Anyway, that's our video of the day. And just to put some smiles on your face as we get into the show, let us take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be heading straight into our communities.
Need your attention, please.
Mnet Movies 4 brings you Action HQ.
Before I describe the job, I have to know you can do it.
The movie festival where action never clocks out.
1, 2, 3.
Go! Business as usual means fist first, questions later. We don't do spreadsheets.
Give me some car keys, a couple guns.
We do high speeds.
Put your foot to that floor and you pay.
Our management style, very hands-on. Water cooler chats, surprisingly inspirational.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
This October, Mnet Movies 4 is mission control for mayhem.
Complete destruction.
It's home base for heroics. It's Action HQ. Consider your couch the corner office of chaos. This is not a drill. Report to Action HQ all month long on Mnet Movies 4, where action never clocks out.
This October, Northern Ghana takes center stage. Get ready for the Northern Business Fair 2025, the ultimate one-stop shop for everything made in Ghana in the Savannah, Northern, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions. From hand-woven smocks and intricate crafts to modern manufacturing, innovative packaging of made-in-Ghana products, and thriving homegrown businesses, it's a vibrant celebration of talent, innovation, and authenticity. Brought to you by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM, it's the biggest trade fair showcasing Kenyan SMEs, startups, research bodies, and indigenous brands making waves across the nation. It's happening on Saturday the 25th and Sunday the 26th of October 2025 at the Tamale Sports Stadium. The time is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Want to exhibit? Call 0205-973-973 today and book your space. Don't just hear about it, see it, experience it, and live it. The Northern Business Fair, your market, your connections, your growth. The Northern Business Fair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Side Hustle, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, and the Ghana Export Promotion Authority.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily. Right here on this show, we get all of the issues that matter to you discussed. We also bring, people to help you understand issues that matter to you. Right now, we'll be heading straight into the Ataso community in the Ashanti region, where residents are not particularly happy. Why? They lack healthcare facilities to help them, address very important health concerns, and they are calling on government to come to their aid. Let's take a look at this report.
Residents of Ataso, accessing healthcare remains a daily ordeal. With no health facility in the community, patients, expectant mothers, and even those in emergency situations are transported on tricycles and motorbikes, the only available means to hospitals several kilometers away.
Wobekwa hospital menam kono akwanche wobekwa case kane boarding tie mna woka me kula ahomachia woka ka bia ni kulum ha a me de beko moto e de me kono nipa miensan yete so ye koye hospital ni kulum hanti me fi moto so si ya me so makunya ba kuma doctor ni nsebla me ka chere nse minti mi akola na ba abonten hwa hospital kwan na no abonten hwa na me wotoyi.
Sesia ya doctor komuno ehun ode mai se bi kwa ya kwa doctor na se ye nya moto a kan so e maada kire wo nante no akokuro foforo so ansa na wanya kai akwa ya sabia nti ya srepa se aban mo ai no mesi doctor dai mai ne ye mata na ye wo ma esa ya pemfo okrom ya na ya le bi kan ya na adwo bi kwa na ye nya ka ya kwa mo ma hweye.
The unit committee chairman, Akwasi Ewua, describes the lack of a health facility as the community's greatest challenge. He notes that residents are compelled to spend significant amounts on transportation just to receive basic medical attention in nearby towns.
Kasi mashe inti ka ba e chance na ba inti so obi ale na se enya okada na de ne bekọ a ne kure ni eden e ma na okada no kura no ofiri ekosa akuru mu no awia no wode acha okura na ebia nipa ba akọ 50 cedis inti mu ya nipa miensa 1.5.
Community leaders are appealing to the government and health authorities to establish a community-based health planning and services compound to address their urgent healthcare needs.
Na sese no yenya de yesra ban. Ese M1 obeboa no yenya nkasa no. One regional minister yatnya pay plot 1 acre edda ho. Ya do so ye bibia ki etwa blog no yakoto cement 100 bars, iron rods 100. Inti blog ni etwa blog 1003 ay guanom ay see de baba shase
For communities like this, access to healthcare remains a matter of distance and lack. Until authorities act swiftly, community members will continue to rely on motorcycles as ambulances in times of need. For Channel 1 News, I am Bright Tieboa.
So you heard there our colleague in the Ashanti region, Bright Tieboa's report on the challenges residents in Ataso are facing all the way in the Ashanti region. Now, Chris, this is a community I know from afar because it's in the district called Echimamponua, right? Echimamponua is close to an area or another district known as Echima in Wabieja. Now, Echima Wabieja is where you find communities like, or towns like Nkarie, and that's where I partly come from. And Nkarie is also where the former president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, also hails from. Now, as a result, I mean, if you get a sitting, a one-time sitting president hailing from your community, you get a sense that some level of development would happen in those areas. So, Echima Wabieja is very close to Echimamponua, where Ataso is. Now, if you compare the extent of development, right, and that of Echimamponua, where this Ataso community is, it's stuck. It's like almost like night and day. Now, this Ataso community in Echimamponua is also close to areas like Nyamebetre, areas like Menukrom or Menukrom, so and I hear people, I know some distant relatives who frequent the area and they lament the deplorable state of like social facilities there, right? So I was even surprised at all. I was watching CNN one time and I saw Bright file this report. The distance it would have to take an ordinary person to access the major hospital referral facility is mind-boggling. You go to some local health centers and there are no medical officers.
Wow.
Some community nurses who sometimes I'm not really sure about, their expertise or, to give or pass some healthcare advice. So it's a major concern. It's a major concern. I'm not surprised because, for some reason, our decentralization process has stalled. You listen to great minds like Atwa Ahoy, right? You listen to other people who worked in the space, Damboche and the likes. You get the sense that we've not been able to, as a country, hack the decentralization approach. So it's a very bureaucratic process. So in the faraway communities, there's a lot of the development projects are stalling. So everything is at the city center or the town center. But there are communities in these places where they don't have access to. I don't even want to talk about the roads, right? But they are all linked because sometimes you build a hospital there, but the road to travel onto the hospital is so bad.
It's another problem.
That people end up dying even before they get to the hospital.
Yeah.
So
I was actually going to ask you, how are the roads in those areas? Like this area that we just talked about, the Ataso.
To be fair, I've been to Echima Wabieja, which I mentioned to you that I partly hail from. So I know that area fairly well of, okay, not Echimamponua, but, I hear and I'm made to understand that everything Echima Wabieja is, Echimamponua where Ataso is not.
It's not.
And even for Echima Wabieja, it's not even like it's some haven, so I'm like, you can imagine the state of Ataso if they are saying that.
So there's a big contrast.
Absolutely. So it's unfortunate because like we say, and it's become very cliche, it's true, ballot boxes are able to reach there very fast. But for some reason, development can't reach there the same, right? And I think that a large part of this problem is because we've not been able to hack the decentralization approach where, we make government very local, where we strengthen the district assemblies to be able to be self-sufficient, to be able to have their own internally generated funds to meet their local needs, right? And look at the state of the roads.
Yeah, and it's pretty sad, especially with what we just watched, looking at the pregnant women especially. So I'm thinking about the pregnant women, I'm thinking about women that probably have children that will need some sort of health care, and even like vulnerable people, let's put the old people in those categories that probably need some health care. I wonder what they have to go through just to get, you know, to a hospital. It's sad. It's really sad. And whoever is in charge of this, I hope they are watching and something is done about it. But as we discuss, I guess we will still get to talk to probably our Ashanti regional correspondent, and he can break down everything that he saw there. Yeah.
He'll be joining us on the over the phone lines pretty shortly. And again, I'd want to also touch on the sanitation issues in the area. You know, it's you know, the report didn't focus on sanitation, obviously, right? But it focused on healthcare. But all of these issues we talk about, so for example, the road, sanitation, healthcare, you know, education infrastructure, it's all linked, because if you have a highly educated populace or residents, they are then able to understand the need not to, you know, later, you know, they understand sanitation concerns more. Now, if your sanitation in the area is improved, it directly impacts on healthcare.
On healthcare.
You know, and if you have a strong healthcare system and your roads are poor, what's the point? Because people can reach there in good time. So these issues are interlinked. And, you know, the local assembly, for me, have a lot to play. And the MPs, they make all sorts of promises. When it's time to work there, actually.
Well,
anyway.
We have Bright Yeboah, who is on the line. He's our Ashanti regional correspondent right here at Channel 1 TV. Hi, Bright.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very fine, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So can you paint a picture of the situation for us?
So, Ataso is basically in the Achuma Mponia district of the Ashanti region. I would say it's one of the vibrant places when one talks of Ashanti region cannot make mention of Achuma Mponia district, because it is a place where the Offing for a Shelter Belt Reserve is actually located, and a place where many of our presidential or political faces actually come from. Now, Ataso is one of the communities, and a place where last time when I went there, I spoke with residents concerning the lack of health facility in the area. Well, in their voices and in their faces, desperation and confusion is what I would term it. You speak to them, and the voice actually communicates with you in terms of the fact that there is the lack of health facility, not even a CHIP compound to help them in their healthcare delivery. To them, they say that even the story or the talk of it is just, they cannot just understand. It's just a full of confusion, desperation, and so at the very moment, at the time when I went there, when fortunately or unfortunately I couldn't get to meet with the assembly member for the area, I spoke with the unit committee chairman, Kotiawia, who happens to elaborate what they had done as a community. In fact, they said at the time that they had acquired an acre of land and had even prepared the land trying to build a CHIP compound, but some financial constraints has actually not gotten them to build or set up the CHIP compound. Now, what can be taken notice is that Ataso, the nearest health facility to Ataso community happens to be in Akonche, or the now all these communities in fact are CHIP compounds. Now you realize that in a case where there is an emergency, what they do is that they have to go to the Ikaria Community Hospital, which happens to be like about 30 kilometers away from the Ataso community. Now one can tell with the severity at which this can be to the people or the community members, especially when someone is in dire need of health care at a particular moment or instance. So clearly, it's story that is filled with disappointment and hopelessness that most people cannot just understand.
Right. You talk about the health system there in your report. Can you create a picture of also the level of sanitation? You know, how clean or otherwise is the area?
So one thing you can tell in the community is that I think they do not have any health sanitation problems. But basically, they have a dumping site that actually they do dump their refuse and deposit it. And so really, you can say, I mean, when I work in the community, I mean, it's a clean community. And talk of sanitation, again, they have a toilet facility as well.
Interesting.
The only challenge, talk of sanitation, was their water problem. Of course, the water, they say that they have only 2 boreholes at a time. I mean, as of now, 2 boreholes that actually distribute water to every household in the community. Now, one challenge they do have is that if there is no light, or when the lights go off, it means that they have no access to water because they depend solely on electricity to help in the distribution of the water in the community.
Interesting. I'd also want you to do a contrast for us, right? Because we know close to Etrima Imponua, where Ataso is located, is Etrima Wabieja, where the former president John Agyekum Kufuor hails from. I'm sure that's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you create a contrast for us, you know, comparing the 2 communities? I'm being told, you know, it looks as though Etrima Wabieja is everything Ataso and Etrima Imponua is not. Are you able to explain to us the difference, the differences in these 2 areas?
Right, so when you go to Etrima Imponua district, one problem happens to be even the internet access or even network access.
Wow.
Terrible. It's terrible. And so when you go there, or when you want to even connect to any of the community members or any of the opinion leaders, what they do is that you have to call somebody, most of them reside out of the Atasu community, and even the Etrima Imponua district. So what happens is that you call them, and hurriedly they go to the community or the district for you to have access to them. Now, for example, earlier this morning, before I even spoke to the unit committee chairman, I had to speak with one of the unit committee members, fortunately, who happens to be out of the community. And so he told me in the morning that he would go to the town, talk to the chairman, so that there's a place that they actually converge to have access to even internet access and then telecommunication networks. Now, again, you talk of the Etrima Wabieja. I mean, network challenge is not a problem, an issue at all. And then you speak of the health facilities as well. Etrima Wabieja happens to, can boast of good health facilities. We can talk of the Carrier Community Hospital, and then currently Afari Regional Hospital currently underway. And there are several ship compounds and even hospital or healthcare facilities in this Etrima Wabieja municipality. But think of the Etrima Imponua district, in fact,
right,
it's just terrible.
Right. So, Bright, before we let you go, have you seen any visible signs of makeshift or improvised health centers, like, you know, where they build something small, even if it's not a CHIPS compound, something improvised?
So when you get to the community, there is absolutely nothing like that. So they tell me that when they have to access health care, then they have to go to these nearby communities. And that is usually about 10 to 15 kilometers. Now, and of course, they have to use the motorbike or the aboboya, the tricycle that we actually call it. Now, basically, this comes not just with inconveniences, but of course, the dangers associated, especially with expectant mothers and then even children, and then people who are in urgent need of health care. So it's just a danger. And the fact that there is no structure, or there is nothing to be called a ship compound or even place that they can have access to a health care, then it leaves much to be worried about.
Right. Anyway, thank you so much, Bright. Bright Yeboah, our Ashanti regional correspondent right here at Channel 1 TV. I mean, this has been very eye-opening, but at the same time sad. Like, they don't even have a chips compound.
Yeah.
They've never had it.
Yeah.
I feel like they're forgotten.
Yeah, and imagine, listening to Bright again, imagining having to have an emergency at home, and you don't even have a network, stable enough to call. So, and it's like, even if you're calling, there's no emergency coming, and you can't even call. So it's like double fire. This is not frying pan to fire. This is fire to fire, right?
To fire.
And for me, I think it's unfortunate that we have citizens going through this ordeal
in 2025.
Yeah, and they'll pay their tax as they have to because they'll use utility services there. They are Ghanaians as well, right? So why aren't you able to reach out to them with some of these amenities they need? And to surprise you to know that beyond Ataso, there are many other communities like this, right? Yeah. So the elected officials for the area, elected representatives, the district assembly officials, the local and district. See, I expected by now the district health officials at the Ghana Health Service, they should take this up. They should be in the news every day, commenting on this, and lamenting about the state of affairs. But for some reason, we don't hear them do that. And it's difficult to brood over it.
I like the fact that we actually have this segment on the show, because it seems like if they have forgotten, if the officials have forgotten that, there are places like this that we need to pay attention to, we actually remind them that these are, the issues happening. Anyway, we have the DCE on, Mr. Ishaq Ibrahim. Hello, Mr. Ishaq.
Yes, madam.
How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. You are welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. All right.
Okay, madam.
All right, so how true are the reports that this community has no health facility at all?
Okay, it's true, they don't have health facility. No, but they are within a catchment area that have two health facilities, two government health facilities. Even within the electoral area, they have a health facility. Now, within the electoral area, they have a facility at Sakru, which is a health center. And close to that electoral area, there's another one health center at Kutupium. And close to Atasu, there's another private clinic at Akonche. So they are not that cut off from health accessibility. That's why it is. But after the community grows up, they feel like getting their own clinic or other social amenities to enjoy. So maybe that's why maybe they have been,
Mr. Ibrahim,
been raising alarm of that. Yes.
Are you able to explain to us or tell us the populace or residents in the area in terms of their numbers there?
Offhand, I can't say so. But
can you give us an estimate?
There won't be more than 3,000 in terms of population.
And do you not find it problematic that a community of about 3,000 or more residents do not have a healthcare facility within about a space of 5 kilometers? Is that not worrying or problematic for you as DC?
It is an issue, but it's not a threatening issue because we have a very large district. We have about 30 electoral areas. They get it. And your electoral area, we have about 500 communities too. They get it. And gradually we keep on closing the gap. Gradually. But in your electoral area, you have one health center, not Cape Compound health center. They get it. So, and clinic in another, a private clinic close to that community. They get it. So, not that we have let them out, but looking at their situation, it's not that threatening compared to other area, other electoral area, who may not be having even a clinic or a Cape Compound or private one.
Right.
They get it. But together we are working with them.
Right.
We improve upon their situation going forward and see that their issue is well addressed and they have better access to health care.
We get you, but you know you cannot say that their issue is not life-threatening, because there are times pregnant women need urgent care, emergencies. Vulnerable people need to get to the hospital at certain times. But now the question here is, how long does it take someone from Ataso to access health care? How long? From wherever they are going to? Give us time.
Okay. From Ataso to Kotokyo, it will be like 10 minutes drive. And from Ataso to Sako, it will be like another 10 minutes drive. And from Ataso to Akwanche to the same distance, madam.
Yeah, Go on, sir.
The issue is, I'm aware the community is trying to put up their own clinic. The chief and the people have met me. We encourage them. So I've tasked my engineer and my director and co to liaise with them so that we can assess the situation very well and see how best we can live with them and get their own clinic. Now, every clinic must have a standard of Ghana Health Service. So we want to live with them, so we pump in other material they may be lacking, so that together we can have their own clinic. But with time being, they don't have in a clinic, they should get, they should use the other clinic around, so that while we work around to alleviate their situation, madam.
All right. So have you had any talks with the Ghana Health Service?
Oh, I'm in touch with them. Yeah, we have been discussing a lot of issues regarding to health accessibility, madam.
And what's their response concerning Ataso?
You see, this what happened when it comes to infrastructure construction. That's why, you know, the health service, what they do is they will give a report regarding to health situation in an locality or an area. Then we will move in to provide the facility for them. They get it. So that's how they do. So the local government, what we do is, when they report to us regarding to particular issue regarding to healthcare, we go in to intervene with them. So when they bring the report to us, we ensure that when there's a resources, then we go in to intervene.
Interesting. Let me bring you to issues around the roads in the area. Residents say sometimes when it rains, it's completely unmotorable. They're unable to move smoothly from one area to the other. They say they have to resort to motorbikes, and when it's an health emergency, it makes their distance even longer. And again, I want to bring your mind to the UN and the World Health Organization standard of the 5-kilometer rule, which says that, you know, it's very, very problematic if a patient or a healthcare seeker has to travel beyond 5 kilometers to access this. So my question to you is, as a DC and the government's representative in that locality, are you minded to raise these issues in your assembly, get the member of parliament to commit to it by either raising it on the floor of parliament to seek immediate answers, so some reprieve, you know, can come to your residents?
Thank you very much. In fact, what do I say? I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the human job, for you coming in to unveil the situations in my community and trying hard to work together with us to ensure the program is arrested in time. Really, that's correct. The distance between the community I mentioned, between Ataso and Kutupium or Akwanchi or Sakrum, is not up to 5 kilometers. It's little below from that. But you know, in the Man District, we have road network challenges. We have bad roads, especially when it's a rainy season period. Most of our roads are not tight. So during rainy season period, it becomes big problematic when one wants to use the road. But notwithstanding, they have between Ataso and Kutupium, the road is better. It is in good condition. Its use is not such difficult. Vehicles moving day in and day out. Motorbikes also plow on the road day in and day out. So when it comes to road usage, it is better compared to other areas. And as you said, I will get closer to my MP and other relevant organizations to come to our aid. You know, we wish to have improve upon any situation in our area. But the situation it comes with the resources. And we work with constrained resources, limited resources. So I use this platform to play to the general public and NGOs and other agencies to come to our aid with the issue we are discussing. And other area we have difficulty. Once they reach to us, we discuss with them and see how best we can live with them to solve other problem.
Interesting.
That is comforting us.
And finally, I just wanted to hear your thoughts around the state of infrastructure for schools there. We are being told that a lot of the buildings that are supposed to serve as school buildings are actually in a very terrible shape. You know, when it rains, it's almost impossible for some classes to be held. Has this come to your attention, and are you also working?
What respect to Atapo, they don't have bad infrastructure when it comes to school infrastructure. They are very nice. The assembly have provided them, I think, 8-bedroom apartment, teachers' apartment. They have standard classroom around. You know, thank God this current government has made funds available through Common Fund. Currently, I have about 7 million Ghana cedis in my account to use to develop the
you have 7 million Ghana cedis in your accounts right now. What are your priority areas?
You know, the money have already been not disbursed. The money have already been defined as its usage already been defined by the government.
So what's your priority areas? What are your priority areas?
Some will go to cheap compound construction or cheap compound construction. Some will go to school building construction. Some also will go to sanitation. And some will go to legacy projects. Those are the area
do you have an appropriation for the spending of this money? So, for example, do we know how much is going? How much is
the government will release money to any district? Before then, there must be a budget, and the government will go to the budget before the
so for example,
doesn't get up and give money
interesting. So this is for Echimampunua.
This is for Echimampunua.
So how much is, for example, going into the construction of CHIPS compound?
Every common fund the government for the entire year, if government is able to release all common fund, that's entitled to us. 10% will go to CHIPS compound construction.
And how much, for example, is going into your roads?
For roads, unfortunately, the common fund didn't like in the common fund currently. It's not specific on the road. So currently, we don't have a percentage or amount that should be used on the road.
Yeah, but Mr.
On the road, we use the IGF to do road projects.
Again, but that, if I get you correctly, should be a priority area, because you mentioned that.
It's a priority area. Do you know what's happening? You know, this is the first time government is trying to define to the local government how the local government money through common fund should be used by the district. So it will come with some challenges. But I think going forward, the government, we have communicated the challenges to the government that, like other area, the central government couldn't include in the usage of the common fund. So going forward, I think those challenges will be addressed, and I have hope the government will maybe allow us to use some of the money on the road.
Mr. Ibrahim,
in this district. So we depend upon little district. So we depend upon little fee charges for maybe property rate and toll.
But you don't have an idea of how much you're able to raise in giving.
I can tell.
Interesting. You also talk about legacy projects as part of the list of items the District Assembly Common Fund is intended to be used on. Do we know of any of these legacy projects in the area, and can you give us an update on the state of it?
We have a lot of legacy projects in our district. When it comes to schools, we have a lot. With the chief compound too, we have a lot. Road construction, a lot to do. All sectors of the economy.
Interesting.
We have legacy project too.
Are you able to give us a deadline a timeline rather on the CHIPS compound?
No, the legacy, what we do is every year we have a budget. For instance, this year I will complete 2 legacy projects. So when the funds are available, we ensure you complete it. So when the common funds is not released, you can't complete. But currently, within this year, we are working to complete 4 to 5 legacy projects.
4 to 5 legacy projects?
Yes.
By which time?
By the close of the year. Yes.
So by end of, let's say, December 2025.
Depend upon availability of the common fund.
But I thought you mentioned that you said it's in the account. It's in the account.
No, that's 7 million. It's a small portion. The 7 million, not all 7 million are, but only 20%. So you can calculate that. You can do your own calculation.
So 20% of the 7 million
20% out of 7 million
has been dropped.
Yeah, but that's not what you said earlier. But that's okay. So only 20%.
No, that's what I said. I told you. Currently, we have government have given us 7 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
In totality, with respect to common fund.
Out of which only 20% has hit your account.
No, all the 7 million is in my account, but 20% of the 7 million is for legacy projects.
It's for legacy projects. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Ibrahim, and
Thank you very much,
having the time to explain to us all of these issues. We'll be following keenly in Ataso. Oh, Charlie, it sounds like Atasa.
Atasa to the Ataso.
But thank you so much for your time this morning. We'll be following very keenly all of these issues we've raised and your commitment towards addressing the legacy projects, particularly in the area of health, right? So the CHIPS compound, I was hoping that he was going to tell us that we're going to set up a polyclinic, for example.
Very soon.
But CHIPS compound, passable.
I guess
I think they deserve more. Because, see, Chris, 3,000 residents plus, and I was mentioning to him the WHO, that's the World Health Organization, rule on the locations for healthcare facilities. You shouldn't have to travel more than 30 minutes to an hour to seek healthcare.
Yeah, and I also like to even say that I would have preferred he didn't say it wasn't that serious, because it is serious.
It is serious, yeah. You can understand his point of view, and again, that's not even pardonable. But they are so used to it that it's become the norm.
It's like being used to suffering, and you are okay with it.
Yeah,
no, it's
yeah.
not okay.
It can be okay.
It's not okay to suffer, especially for those pregnant women.
Absolutely.
Hey.
I'm thinking about, and you listen to the woman Bright interview. They have to sit on a motorbike. Sitting in a car on a road like this, exactly. Sitting in a car on a road like this, I can imagine the discomfort already. And now having to do it on a motorbike. And, again, the 5-kilometer rule. Traveling, it's just a health,
too much.
Chaotic situation. So,
we'll
unfortunate, but I appreciate his sense of awareness in, trying to find solutions to this. He also told us that 7 million has hit the account. Charlie, Sikana Abba.
We hope it's, we hope it's actually used for the right things.
Absolutely,
and
absolutely, very
also
importantly.
they should also realize that there's a sense of urgency when it comes to some of the things that they want to do, especially when it comes to healthcare. It should be seen as urgent. So instead of talking and every day talking about the ideas and the dreams that we're going to have,
we should see action.
Yes, they should be proactive.
Absolutely.
They should be proactive. But anyway, it's been a nice conversation, and I hope that, the authorities are watching and something is done about it. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be back with more.
October marks the 22nd Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a crucial time to protect what matters most in our digital work. From hackers to phishing scams, the risks are real for individuals and businesses across Ghana. Remember, so is the power to stay safe online. Join us this October on Channel One. We're launching A Safer You, your guide to safer digital living, tailored for our communities. Learn steps to protect passwords, secure devices, recognize online threats. These lessons are delivered in easy, bite-sized episodes, each under 3 minutes, making learning accessible. A Safer You is brought to you by Digital Unbounded in partnership with Channel One.
This October, Northern Ghana takes center stage. Get ready for the Northern Business Fair 2025, the ultimate one-stop shop for everything made in Ghana in the Savannah, Northern, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions. From hand-woven smocks and intricate crafts to modern manufacturing, innovative packaging of made-in-Ghana products, and thriving homegrown businesses, it's a vibrant celebration of talent, innovation, and authenticity. Brought to you by Channel One TV and 97.3 CDFM, it's the biggest trade fair showcasing Kenyan SMEs, startups, research bodies, and indigenous brands making waves across the nation. It's happening on Saturday the 25th and Sunday the 26th of October 2025 at the Tamale Sports Stadium. The time is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Want to exhibit? Call 0205-973-973 today and book your space. Don't just hear about it, see it, experience it, and live it. The Northern Business Fair, your market, your connections, your growth. The Northern Business Fair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV and 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Side Hustle, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, and the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together.
Full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Amadu sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Amadu on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily. My name, Jude Duncan. It's now time for a very important conversation, something we all can't do away with. You know, even if you fast, you would have to come back to it. It's important for our own bodies and our own development, right, as humans. And at this point, it's a big privilege to have joining me in studio very good friends of the station, I must say, because they've partnered us through quite a number of programs we've done, and I'm referring to the CSIR, you know, Food Research Department. On our, I think This is Ghana Fair, they were there, the Agri Fair, they've been there, all of it, you know, supported us through and through. Joining me in studio is Professor Charles Torto.
Sure.
Amazing. And Prof is the director for CSIR Food Research Institute. I hope I got it correct.
Yes.
Amazing. Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning.
Amazing. Also joining Prof is a senior public relations officer with the CSIR Food Research Institute, Madam Rita Tikwe. Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning.
Amazing. You know, I was telling you off air that I had a class 2 teacher called Madam Rita. Oh, she will spunk you, but she did it out of love. Anyway, it's amazing you could join us. We're looking at the upcoming food fair, which is a big item on your calendar list every year. You know, as a research institute, food-based, I'm sure you come up with a lot of these research on food. Where are we now with regards to our self-sufficiency? You know, how in terms of food, right? How secure are we as a people?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this wonderful platform that you have accorded the CSIR Food Research Institute. And before I dive into the program that is ahead of us, I want to say, yes, we are doing well when it comes to our food, but we need to do better. We can do better when we're able to address the high post-harvest losses that we are encountering within our country and within all the crops. When you take the root and tubers, the cereals and legumes, the fruits and vegetables, we are experiencing very high post-harvest losses. And if we're able to curtail these high post-harvest losses, we'll be good as a nation when it comes to food. And when we put more emphasis into our local crops, production, post-harvest management, value addition, we'll be able to save a lot when it comes to food security.
Prof. Torto, it's interesting you talk about food security because just last week, another organization we've done a lot of work with here at Channel 1 TV and City FM is the Agri Impact, you know, group. And listening to their executive director in the Ashanti region over the weekend, right, he made a startling revelation where we're told that in the Ashanti region alone, you know, we experience post-harvest losses to the tune of about 1.2 billion, you know, and that's significant. And if you listen to him and his presentation, he goes on to make the point that that alone could feed the Ashanti region for a year and a half. So clearly, it's a serious problem. What should we be doing to safeguard or, you know, return the tide?
Good. And that is where we come in to add value to our crops. When we harvest various crops, now we have the challenge of the post-harvest losses. And it may interest you to know that in all the crops, we have serious post-harvest losses. And some range as far as to 30 and over %.
Wow.
And that is serious as a nation. So what we could do is that we add value to a lot of these crops that we are harvesting. And then we improve on our storage systems, on our value-added products, and also our shelf lives will then be improved. And these will now come and help us when it comes to the lean seasons. Because with the improved products, improved shelf lives, we will now have products when we are in the lean seasons. And that is where we have to target and make sure that we are saving a lot of our crops and not allowing them to move into the post-harvest losses, which we are experiencing most of these crops.
You know,
and that comes with the root and tubers. When you talk about the cereals and legumes, and the fruits and vegetables as well. So in all the areas of the crops, we have to save them.
Other aspects also lament the state of our roads, right? In transporting and cutting these, you agree it's also something we need to pay attention to?
Sure. As for our road networks to the hinterlands, where normally we have our farms and where we have a lot of our food crops, it's a challenge. You agree with me? And we need to bring our food to our centers. And that delays. Most of our trucks, they can't access the farms. They're on their way, breakdowns. And these are all challenges we have to address with. So the road networks is also contributing to the high post-harvest loss. Because if you are bringing, let's say, tomatoes from the hinterlands or yams from the hinterlands, and your vehicle breaks down, then by the time you get back to your destination, you have lost a lot. And these are all contributing to the high post-harvest losses, of which we are trying to address when it comes to our crops.
Amazing. A very robust, background to help us with this discussion. Grateful for your insight. Let me come to Rita. Back in school, we're told that food is a human rights issue. We're also told that it's an economic stability issue as well, right? I know as an organization, the CSIR is coming up with a food fair. How does this tie into government's overall, plan for the agri sector or the agric, sector?
Thank you very much. Like we said, the World Food Day was instituted by the United Nations Food Agriculture Organization. Okay. And when you look at the reason why this thing came, their main aim was food insecurity and malnutrition. They know that there are people who do not have food on their table. So as part of CSI, our mandate is to research into food security, nutrition, and all that, preservation. So as food research, we also aligned ourselves to this World Food Day, thinking that, like my director said, most of the crops, as we all know, before it reached to the table, about 70% is lost. And one of our mandates as food research is to advise governments on food policy. So at food research, we have turned some of these products into value addition.
Amazing.
Yes. So we have the fortified cereals, we have the coconte, we have turned coconte into powder, the aflatoxin granite paste. We have a lot.
Yeah, now you don't face the wall.
We face the public.
Oh, challenge. I like the sound of that.
Yes, we face the public. In fact, we have a lot, which we have even turned into trainings. We have about 32 models training, so in line with government policy. I think that the government should contact CSIR to some of these training programs that will add value to our post-harvest.
So in Kokon, Kitten, all of
yes,
those things, they
should have to come to CSIR.
I like this.
Yes, animal research.
Because to be fair, you guys seem to be doing a lot in the space.
Yeah.
Wow. And I wish Prof could just touch on some of the, innovations you've come up with as a research institute.
Thank you very much. So to tailor into the food fair that we are going to have this week, in fact, it falls within the domain of the Food and Agriculture Organization's World Food Day. The actual day is the 16th of October of every year. And way back in 1945, it was established. And we have been rolling it out for the past 5 years. And this is a CSIR program. And we called it CSIR World Food Day. So it means that all our sister institutes are coming to the CSIR Food Research Institute. And we are going to exhibit the various technologies that we have developed for agriculture, for food, and for the various technologies that are available for SMEs. In fact, we are inviting SMEs to buy and see the technologies that we have developed over the years. Because our technology, we want to transfer them to the micro, small enterprises so that we can have businesses which falls into the government program of agribusiness that the government has recently launched. The same vein, Feed the Ghana program that the government has launched also comes to play. We have crop research coming with all the various improved seeds to exhibit.
So as a research institute, you have the back end and the systems in place to help government scale up its priority areas within the sector.
That is what we are doing. So all the government projects, when you talk Feed Ghana projects, you talk about the soya, the rice, the maize. We have technologies from the agronomical practices to the value addition, where we add value to these crops. We have developed several technologies over the period, of which this program is giving us the opportunity to bring these technologies out for the general public, for SMEs.
Have we figured something out for the glut problem? Do you have technology?
Yes, that is the value addition that we are bringing on board. Because when we have a lot of SMEs adding value to the glut products, as you said, we will be able to address the glut seasons so that during the lean seasons, you will have some of these products available for consumers all over. That is the day we want to invite all and sundry SMEs, investors, individuals who even want to start businesses. This is the platform for you to come and see these technologies. Talk about these technologies, the ones that are feasible to you, which looks good to you. We can support you to take off as a business.
Amazing. I like the sound of it. Rita, if somebody is listening right now, you know, and wants to partner and wants to support, you know, all of the activities you've lined up for, how can they reach out to the CSIR Food Research Institute?
Yes, we have our website, we have our number that you can call, 0508-923691. You can call in, and whatever you want to do, we'll help you to do that. We have a lot of partners who have joined us. Of course, you are our media partners.
Absolutely.
Channel 1 and City FM. We have the our MP, Honorable Dumelo, is also on board because we are in his constituency. We also have Kivu joining us, Copia. We have the Indomie, EPP books. We have the Admi Granite Paste. So a lot of people have joined. So I'm also inviting a lot more to partner with us to celebrate this day, because it is annual celebration. We will never stop it. It's annual thing. So a lot of institutes should come and support us so that we partner and make Ghana great.
What's the theme for this year's celebration?
Right to food for a better life and a better future.
The right
to food for a better life and a better future.
It ties into what I was saying earlier around food being a human right.
You can't stop eating.
If you starve somebody, you are taking their fundamental human rights.
That is it. That is it.
Wow, amazing. I've learned so much from the show. I'm so grateful for your time. Of course, but Prof, I couldn't let you go without getting your thoughts, you know, around recent concerns about the quality of our food. You are being told that foods coming in from some particular areas in the country are unsafe for consumption. They've recorded high level of lead, mercury, and other heavy metals. I'm sure as a research institute, this is high on your table. Talk us through it. What's the state of affairs?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, we have a challenge, especially food coming from the mining areas. We have PhD students, we have master students who have done studies with us from these sampled areas. And we have noticed that high level of mercury, arsenic, lead, which is not healthy for human consumption. So what we are saying is that the mining activities are having untold effect on our food systems. And therefore, we all hands on board, we must address this issue so that we can have our food safe again. We used to have very good foods from all the locations, but now we have a challenge with the mining areas. So is a caution to us all that we have a challenge when it comes to food from the mining areas, and we have to collectively address it so that we are sure of the food coming from the mining areas.
Amazing.
And that has been a challenge.
Thank you for this caution and this word. You know, it's highly important. So, Rita, the opening ceremony is happening at your premises in East Legon.
Yes.
Is it Oponglo?
Yes, Oponglo, just after Ghana Standard Authority. From the 15th October to the 17th October, that is Wednesday to Friday, October. So we are inviting the general public, the exhibitors, to come and exhibit your goods.
So it's a fair.
Yes.
It's a fair 3-day, yes. So on the 15th, we have the quiz competition for the AHS school, the cooking competition for SHS school. Now on the 16th will be the opening ceremony. Then on the 17th, the fair continues.
Wow, seems like it's a strong lineup.
Yes.
Wow, and you're calling on all stakeholders, right?
All stakeholders.
So government agencies, partners.
Because our sector minister is there. The Honorable Minister too is there. Yes. All agencies, everybody come and pass through the fair to see what the SMEs also have. And to the SMEs, I want to tell you that exhibition is not just for sale, but it's for you to create awareness of your brand. So come, don't say that, oh, last year when I came, sales was not good. Come and exhibit and create that visibility for yourself, generate sales, and also have that linkages to your benefit.
Rita, I must say, I love the passion with which you are talking about this fair. And as a media house, we believe in the value of some of these things. So we'll be there to support, and carry the message even further. Grateful for your time, Prof. Thank you so much, Rita.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick music.
We want to express our profound appreciation to Channel One, City FM, as a media partners of this wonderful program. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
The pleasure is absolutely ours. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank
you so much, Rita. It's now time. Let's enjoy some music. We'll be back.
Favorite rapper's favorite rapper. I woke up with a lot of questions on my mind. Like, yesterday night I had a fierce fight with the voices in my head, arguing and finding answers to the questions in my head. Some say make a song, they do the rap and start singing instead. Some they tell me make a give up, some say make a go ahead. But then, what if I no blow like how I thought I will? What if I no believe the great legacies I thought I will? What if all these fears I have within me come up on for real? No investments and no properties, how I feel right to will, bro? Just like a Lulu game, the industry be so dicey. The anxiety I they feel, they make my palms sweaty. Breaking through with the ever, they seem unlikely. The odds know they my favor, so I for tread wisely. Too many trends, kinda hard to stay original. Say talent alone go fi make it blow, that's delusional. Plenty nations in our own small nation, so how we go fi take when our impact go international? Little or no chance for people like me, we be dope, but if my music no be fancy or treat. You see real talents get underrated, PDT celebrated. We dey cover up more times, but this truth be naked. Ngogba dao, maladalo magato. Omachiba maye de kana gogo yobo crowd. Over vomo ho, loquito gigi yo ho. Do matela nyamba lodi clona lodo ho. The people be very quick to circulate bad news, but know they use the same energy to share the good news. Every brown will be your friend when you started win. A lot of max faces out here like it's Halloween. See, we go fi keep on the pretendo, but the question is, how many generations for face this agonies? I know the truth they generate a lot of enemies, but I only pray against the quick exit like Ebony's. Rest in peace, Ebony. I miss her so much. Yeah. I know it's too early, but who don't like enjoyment? Yeah. Check. But Mila Zoma Gakami Umpom. Gankui Bomma Mila Umpom. Mizu Vivici Monsanzala on the Bayagala Jalabia Mahami Mikom. I had a look on Jimmy Trome. A Glaton Tommy Com. The Mila Mumuama DJ Lapua Coca Tosua Timmy Folomber. Dadengo. Dadengo, Nayakpa, Wakavakpa, Nayakpa, Wavakpa, Dadengo, Nayakpa, Wakavakpa, Nayakpa, Avakpa, a phone no trum. Over, Dankio nano bam, Pop, a sound no trum. Maba, gank you, na no bam, 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 bam. See, as I the low key, I'm okay. You top life, you okay. As I come fine, I'm okay. It's okay. All my parties they drive Benzo. Me too, I want Pool Ranger. Look, extraordinary things me I want they do lately. Ordinary things, do you know? Available for enjoyment only. Big deals, big checks only. And man them trying to settle for basics. And they won't play in the big leagues only. And I they love the day where they find girls day. Cause if they know day, joy no day. I know one rice, I know one chicken. Show me where I could see then Mayfair day. Dadengo, bo, na yakpa, wagavakpa, na yakpa, wagavakpa, bo, dadengo, bo, na yakpa, na wagavakpa, na yakpa, wagavakpa. If you wanna know trum, over, thank you, nano bam, me gaiga, if you wanna know trum, over, but you nano bam, Gaka, maba, Malazuma Gaka Monkpom, Takui Bomalone Pom, you to be Vitimon Sanzala, Nabaya Jalabia, Mahamia Mikomi. I had a lepla Jimmy Drop, me bava, Platon Tommy Comi. Namila Mumuama DJ, Alapa, Cocaria, Tosua, Timmy Plumber, Dadengo, na yakpa, no agavakpa, na yakpa, avakpa, bo, dadengo, bo, na yakpa, no agavakpa, na yakpa, avakpa, if you wanna no trum, but you no bam, hey, if you wanna no trum, but you no bam, Charlie, me they won't get this money, then I live this good life so me for Akpeme. But I know they won't be a mechanic, and they won't make a ball with the top teme. I no go fly if you no be first class, no go drive if you no be S class. I go throw a couple G's, put some VVS on my wrist and neck, no be glass. Available for enjoyment only, big deals, big checks only. And man them trying to settle for basics, and they won't play in the big leagues only. And I they love the day where they find girls day, cause if they know they joy no day. I know one rice, I know one chicken. Show me where I could see the Mayfair day. It's okay. But dadengo, na dadengo, bo, na yakpa, wavakpa, na yakpa, na wagavakpa, maba, dadengo, na yakpa, na wagavakpa, na yakpa, wavakpa. If you wanna no trum. But you no bam. Over, I say on no trum. Yeah, but you no bam. Shut up. Yeah. I'm a fool and a fool.
All right, so there you have it.
Amazing.
Yeah, Kenny Ice.
Yeah, but I must say I had an interesting conversation with the team from the Food Research Institute, and I really hope that the public, support their initiative for this food fair. I was saying to them that food is a human rights issue. It also has economic, concerns and even, health, right? Because a more nourished population is a very dangerous. So it's important we support them on this cause.
Yeah, and especially now that the issue of food security is at stake, it's important we actually support.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's time for us to get into some sports, and of course, we have the sportsman here with us.
Elmint.
Elmint.
Mr. Duncan.
You know, he's the nephew of Tim Duncan.
Charlie, they don't know. They don't know, so they can't appreciate it.
He's the very long distance of
Tim Duncan.
Nephew.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan.
Yeah, by blood.
Yeah.
Therefore, and that is Elmint.
Jude Duncan.
Yesterday, Elmint, he go post on to Charlie. You saw way.
Oh yeah. I saw
that. I was prepared for the show.
So I didn't that can get people to that heated.
But to be fair, I think crediting him entirely for our 2022 World Cup qualifier is a stretch.
No,
he played 2 games and scored a goal.
Yes.
He can't get the credit for everything. What if his predecessor was what? Chris Hughton, right?
It was his
Milovan.
2022 was CK Akono. CK Akono started. Then Milovan Raeva took over.
Yeah,
then Otuado came in.
My point is that if Milovan and CK had condemned the team at group stage,
yes,
what would he have been?
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to qualify the team to the World Cup. But at the end of the day, he came in and got the job done at the most important stage.
Every stage is important.
Every stage is important, but there are levels to it.
No.
That's why some goals are scored and are deemed more important than others.
I mean, in the Nigeria game was 1-1, right?
The Nigerian game, it was 1-1 in Abuja, and it was 0-0 here at the Babayara.
And we qualified
on away goal rule. We didn't beat Nigeria. That's the thing.
Yeah, so exactly. Even adds to my point. So he didn't even win a game.
Yes, he
but
didn't win a game.
somehow,
yes,
he is credited for our qualification to the World Cup.
Because he's the coach at that point.
Yes,
and but so you appreciate those who have gone before you. I don't know which schools.
No, we appreciate
says
them.
that I think Bocho at this side, they say those who have gone.
Yes,
you know, before you have to appreciate.
We recognize.
You know,
them.
you have to appreciate. It's no,
Jude.
See, and I'm not even a Otto fan. No, I like Otuado, right?
Yeah.
He's a gentle guy.
Yeah.
He's a gentleman.
Yeah.
I think he's a decent guy.
Yeah.
His technical ability, tactical, I think there are a few question marks. But he's done the job.
Yes.
2022, I won't give him credit entirely. 2025, it is him. We'll give it to him. So let's acknowledge
this is why even the sports minister tagged him as a lucky coach. Because of these circumstances that he's found himself in. That people start the World Cup qualifier, then you come in later, you come to get the job done, and you get all the credit. It's part of the game.
You're also fueling the perception.
No, I'm not fueling the perception.
No, but your article you put out fueled that perception.
It is fact.
It is an entirely auto show.
I haven't said that it's an entirely an auto show. All I said is, Otuado has helped Ghana or has led Ghana to qualify to the World Cup.
You have to acknowledge the role of his predecessor.
Every scenario, every process, it has a poster child.
And your Villas Boas argument was
Wait. You see,
you're my mom. When you do that, it hurts me.
This is actually what happens when two passionate people.
Elvis is my guy. You bring that analogy.
You need to understand that. Look, every process, once you have a group of people doing something, there will always be a poster child.
So
Otto is
our
in that
poster child.
2022 World Cup, he was the poster child of our coaches in that qualification process. And he will get the credit. At the end of the day, you see, you are sounding like my folks who are in the whole MPP divide. When it comes to when it comes to, for instance, when it comes to
MPP on my show.
Relax. No, Jude. For instance, when it comes to who founded Ghana, there's always that debate.
Yeah.
We know that other people
at the end of the day, one person.
It's not a poster child. Was Nelson Mandela the only person?
Otto is our poster child for the
poster child for the 2022 World Cup qualifier. Among all the coaches, was Nelson Mandela the only person who fought against apartheid in South Africa?
But he is a poster.
But he's a poster.
Steve Biko and co. They fought. They died. They got killed.
This argument is better than the Village Boas.
No, but
so
at
you
the
should
end
have
of the
come
day,
to make this argument to me yesterday.
No, but at the end of the day, who is credited as the father of South Africa? It's Nelson Mandela.
Let's move on.
Everyone has a poster child.
Let's
Otuado is the poster child of the coaches when it comes to the 2022 FIFA World Cup. You can't take it away from him. He's led Ghana to 2 World Cups.
There are a few question marks, but I'll let it pass. I think I like this argument better than Andre Villas-Boas, Roberto Di Matteo thing you were doing yesterday.
But the question marks that you've raised are the reasons why this is even a debate. That the man who has led Ghana to qualify to 2 World Cups, not 1, but 2. Historic, he's the only person who's been able to do it.
And to be fair, he's even played at the World Cup as a player.
He played at the World Cup
So out of our 5 World Cup appearances,
he's been involved in 3.
So we should give him his flowers.
But do you think we should go to the World Cup?
We should give him his flowers.
Yeah.
2 things can be true. I am giving him his flowers. I will give him his flowers all day, every day. Yeah. But I'm the same person who say we shouldn't take him to the World Cup. Simple. The fact that he has qualified Ghana to the World Cup on 2 occasions, and we still have a debate whether
he is the guy for it.
Whether he is the guy for it alone should break your mind that there's a question. There's a serious question.
So who should we take to the World Cup then?
Any top level.
I don't think it's but do you think it's prudent to now be changing a coach after you have already qualified for the World Cup?
Oh, this is even the perfect time.
No, I don't think it's the perfect time.
This is even the perfect time.
Because this is someone that the team is used to. Getting used to another person.
Yeah.
His technical
acumen and style
and his tactics of coaching and you know.
Yes.
It actually takes a while.
If there's quality to show early.
Exactly. But this is where national team football comes in. Because there's very limited time. Club football takes up almost the entire chunk of the calendar, the football calendar season. So you have very little time together at the national team.
Exactly. So it's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard, but that's why you need a top level coach to come in. You don't need a month to get players to be ready to play in a World Cup tournament. No. To have an identity.
And to be fair, these are like high-level quality
top-level
players, right?
Professional players. So once you come in and you drop your philosophy and your tactics, they'll pick it up.
They'll be good.
Because
so Otto shouldn't go to the World Cup.
I honestly believe Otto shouldn't go to the World Cup. Because
I think he should go.
Because
what are your reasons for him going?
Okay.
Well, she's giving one. I mean the timing.
One timing. Two.
But the World Cup is next year.
Yeah. Yes. Two. He has brought them this far.
But it's not the national team is not a reward. You are not using it to reward, longevity or like. You want to win the thing.
No, but you cannot tell.
To win the World Cup.
No, but you cannot tell what he has in stock.
No, but we've seen all that there is.
You think you have seen?
Yes. You've seen it. A team. That's the whole hypocrisy around the team. Because
you need evidence. We've seen him at the World Cup. Ghana had a chance to qualify to the group stage, beyond the group stage of the World Cup in 2022, and we wet the bed. Then we came in.
Change the.
Okay, then we messed it up. Okay, then we came in. Then we came in. We came in with Otto after Chris Hughton started the campaign, and things didn't look well. It looked shaky. Then Otto came in. We missed out on qualifying to the AFCON. Then we managed to scrape through the World Cup and get to the World Cup.
He's a
No. I didn't say it's an expression.
Yeah, but
he wet the bed. That means he messed the chance up.
He messed the tap.
Okay, he messed the tap. It's an expression. It's an English expression. You can look it up. I'm not denigrating the man.
Elmint, you're my guy.
I am not denigrating the man.
Yeah, but the expression.
Okay, no problem. I've changed it.
So
I've changed it. So we have enough evidence to believe that if we go to the World Cup, this man, Otuado, who's done a great job to get us to the World Cup, does not give us the best chance to excel. That's the whole point. Qualifying to the World Cup, yes, we can present this same team, this same coach, this same technical team at the World Cup. But when you get to the World Cup, having these same guys, does it give you the best opportunity, the best chance to really maximize this collection of talent that we have?
At hand.
And the question is, and the straightforward answer is no. Because why are we even having this debate? Because we have questions.
I want your thoughts on Benjamin Asare, number one.
Yeah.
But see, I was just going to quickly say that for a team that failed to qualify for the AFCON, that is where we should have sacked Otto.
Thank you.
You are really pained about the AFCON.
Because it is our most realistic chance of winning anything.
And the thing is,
why not World Cup?
I think if we have a proper coach who is tactically, in tune, we could go all the way.
Okay.
You see, and the thing is, look, this group of players that we have, by 2027 AFCON, we should be able to win the AFCON. We should be able to win the title.
They would have been in their peak.
They would have peaked. But with Otuado, do you realistically see Ghana winning the AFCON?
But why do you put all the blame on the coach and not the players?
Because
the players are supposed to actually be the ones so hungry to want to win. Although the coach is actually so hungry to want to win, you are on the field. I want to see what you got.
But at the end of the day,
think so?
No, it comes with the job. And every coach needs great materials to succeed.
You have a great material.
Now you have great materials.
Yeah.
So why aren't you succeeding per the expectations and per the level that you should with this collection of talent? That's where the coaching comes in.
But you forget that great material sometimes can actually disappoint you.
Yes, they can disappoint you, but they shouldn't be able to underperform over almost a 2-year period. No, that's where the coaching problem is.
Let's talk about the game yesterday. 1-0 win, job done, we've qualified, great. Did they give you any confidence in, the potential of this team going forward?
The potential of this team has always been there, and it will always be at sky-high level because of the talents that we have. Do you know the number of coaches in the world that would kill to have Thomas Partey in their midfield? With Mohamed Kudus. The past 2 seasons in the English Premier League, no player has completed more dribbles than Mohamed Kudus. And as we speak, this season, he is the one leading the chart. So there's a potential for him to lead that particular statistical category in 3 straight years. And he's not just leading that in the EPL, he's leading that in the top 5 European leagues in the world. Top 5 European leagues. The French league, the Spanish league, the English league, the Italian league. Ahead of Vinicius, ahead of Mbappe, ahead of everybody.
Lamine Yamal.
If you have this kind of talent, Antoine Semenyo is in the best form of his life. At this point, even Sky Sports, was it last week? They were having a comparison, a debate. Who is having the better season, Erling Haaland or Antoine Semenyo? That's how highly they rate our guys. And so we can't have a situation where our potential, which is at all-time high,
but you talk about
dwindled,
Semenyo,
or a ceiling will be put on it because the coaching does not meet the talent
fair
level.
enough. You talk about Semenyo, you talk about Kudus, you talk about Partey. But there's also Atizigi, Benjamin Asari, and who I don't know if it's Manaf or even I don't know who's the third choice.
The third choice goalkeeper is Joseph Annan. Yes.
What is wrong with
Benjamin Asari bit,
department of
yes,
our,
I think it's all up. Like I always say, timing is everything because Asari he's come at a very great time because 2006, our first World Cup squad, the great George Owu was our third choice goalkeeper. George Owu, of all goalkeepers, George Owu was our third choice goalkeeper. Sami Eje was our second choice goalkeeper. Richard Kingston was our first choice goalkeeper. Look at these names that I've mentioned. Now we have Manaf, Joseph Annan, Atizigi, Richard Ofori, Benjamin Asari. So when I look at the options that we have, Danlad, Ibrahim, yes, okay. Then there's Felix Che, all the guys in the Ghana Premier League. Haruna Dari last season performed well for Bechem United, moved over to Kotoko. This season, nothing major. When I look at that whole Benjamin Asari bit, yes, I do have my concerns about Benjamin Asari. Is he the best that we can take to the World Cup? No. But at the end of the day, you ask yourself, what is the alternative?
Chris, did you watch Benjamin Asari? Did you watch the game?
No.
No, she's thinking about Nigeria because Nigeria tomorrow, they have a very crucial game.
No, actually they have a very crucial game, and I always tell you.
Nigeria.
I hate when people or the teams that you support get to stages where you have to pick up your calculator.
Yes. Speaking of calculator, this is the Nigeria group.
So walk us through the
So this is the Nigeria group. So what this means, this group that you see on your table, look, tomorrow at 4 p.m., that's where all the action is. Group C. South Africa were supposed to be in a pole position to qualify to the World Cup. Then they fielded an unqualified player and got deducted 3 points and 3 goals. So what that meant was they were leading the group and now they've got sucked into the whole race for that sole automatic qualification to the World Cup from this group. And now, tomorrow's game, you have Nigeria hosting Benin. Benin is presently leading the chart. Then you have South Africa playing against Rwanda. And so there's a possibility that, what that means is all three, South Africa, Benin, Nigeria, are in contention to qualify.
So South Africans are hoping that Nigeria beats Benin.
So they go for the second.
So they go. So South Africa qualify because if they beat Rwanda, they will have 17 points. They will have 18 points. And Nigeria, if Nigeria beats Benin, they will have 17 points. So South Africa will qualify.
So South Africa wants Nigeria to beat Benin.
Yes. And has to beat Rwanda. So their issue.
And Benin just needs a draw or
a win.
And Nigeria needs a win.
Yeah.
That's tough.
But I think
calculators.
Yes, but I think Benin will qualify.
Yeah, no, you know what? I think Benin is hungry enough.
Was it not their team that landed in Nigeria like a day or two before even the Super Eagles got there?
Yes, and I think because that's their first.
This is their first realistic chance of qualifying to the World Cup.
To the World Cup, they've never been to any of the big games, so this is their first time.
It will be atrocious for a team like Nigeria with the quality of players to miss 2 straight consecutive World Cups.
But the Nigerians themselves know, Nigerian supporters know, like even Nigerians, even for the last game, majority of Nigerians are saying it's a win, yeah, but they don't think this team is qualified to go.
They struggle to beat Lesotho 2-1.
We are not.
Yeah, but every team goes through that phase, right?
Like the Ghanaians being happy. No.
Yeah, but if you have
Ghanaians, the Nigerians are like challenging.
They have great players.
You have Bassi.
Yeah. But I don't think they have a good team.
The former Atlanta guy, Lukman.
Yeah, he's still there, Ademola Lukman. And crazy enough, he'll miss this game because he picked up a yellow card in that game against Lesotho. Yes, crazy. Nigeria have a collection of talents, but they do not have a player who can solely bring that bit of calmness.
But
when it gets
Troost was doing that. Troost was doing that.
He's a defender. You need it at the heart of the midfield, and that's where they need someone like Wilfred Ndidi. Wilfred Ndidi these days does not have the legs to be able to do that, and he lacks that calmness. That's why they need someone like Thomas Partey in their team. That's why they need someone like Thomas Partey in their team, and they also need what Chris mentioned. They need to be united. They are playing too much of an individualistic kind of game.
They have this Brentford guy too as well.
Yes, Onyeka.
Yes. Is he not an anchor man to bring that
Onyeka is not an anchor man. They don't have a defensive midfielder like Thomas Partey. That's one. On top of that, they do not have a unified style of play. They play a little bit too individualistic.
Your predictions?
I take Benin. Chris. Benin are giving me...
I'm interested again. I'm for the Black Stars, man.
Have an opinion.
I said, give me a jersey.
Have a choice.
Give me a Ghanaian jersey right now.
Benin are giving me Togo vibes in 2006. Togo qualified to the World Cup for the first time in 2006. Yes, on the last day. They've never been to the World Cup again. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting from Benin.
All right,
where
anyway.
They'll use the back door. The next thing you know, they are there, and boom, they've qualified to the World Cup.
Anyway, we have a birthday message before we actually go. Happy birthday to an amazing sister, Joyce Akuntwa Saki of Oshiye. Wishing you a day filled with laughter, love, and all your favorite things. Just another year of adventures and making memories together. From the Saki's family.
The Saki.
Yeah.
No, amazing. Thank you so much for being a part of our morning today. My name is Jude Duncan.
And my name is Chris Carter. Bye.
Bye.